There we go. All right, had to click the right button. All right, we are live here. Let me pull up just one more thing. I need to get the stream chat open over here. Yeah, we are a little late. Well, I mean, I kind of intended on that because we were watching the SPC live stream, kind of get some info and see what's going on their end. So, the objective today is, there we go. Okay, cool. We've been doing live coverage now. I will say I do have some unfortunate news. We may have chasers today. We do have Carmen and a couple of the Spark Service chasers out today, but they're running into, at least Carmen's running into issues with his feed on his end, and then we don't know the state of the Spark Service chasers, so we're kind of up in the air as far as that. But when we do have a chaser feed, we will of course get you guys out. Of course, I'm monitoring chaser feeds up on the TV here as well. Other people who are chasing who we don't have license for our channel, but I can give you guys updates, narrative updates, I should say, on what they're seeing. Give you guys still that latest information. So we have me, Mason's going to be also on the front end as well, and of course we have a few people on site as well. So it's going to be an interesting next few hours. We do have a PDS Tornado Watch. Super is asking for the I'll have to get that to him in a little bit. But let's see. I do not. So let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about what's going on right now, and then we'll go over. I'll figure out what's going on with Super. But we do have a PDS Tornado Watch that is in effect for. That's really helpful. I thought they would be more descriptive, but I guess not. Across parts of Kansas and Nebraska till 8 o'clock tonight, I believe. This is PDS means this is a particularly dangerous situation. So the potential for tornadoes, including a few that may be strong to intense, will be possible this afternoon and this evening. And right now we do have a few tornado warnings in progress. No confirmed tornadoes at this time. I am watching this cell that's near Odell, Nebraska. This thing has got some pretty strong rotation with it, although it is a little bit disorganized structurally. So we'll see how that evolves over the next little bit.
Ooh, that cell near Minneapolis looks pretty decent from Topeka right now.
Yeah, this cell here, this is another tornadic supercell that has begun to turn a little bit more to the right, so a little more favorable storm motion for tornadoes. This is the cell that, yeah, you can see that rotation right there is starting to look a little bit more organized. Not the absolute strongest, but I will say that is probably in the process of maybe becoming more tornadic. Right now, given the feeds I'm seeing, of course, they're not really pointing at the best angle of the storm. I don't see any features. I did see Brad Arnold had a wall cloud on that storm, but we'll see if he's in a little better position. Again, hopefully we get our chasers up here in the next little bit, but my confidence is not all that high.
John McKinney just had a tornado on the Nebraska storm. It was very brief. Still spinning like a top, though.
Yeah, honestly not surprising given the velocity signature. It looks like it did have kind of a short-lived gate-to-gate couplet, but now it's broadened out a little bit. So it looks like we had a brief tornado west of Odell, Nebraska, just a moment ago. Hopefully our audio levels are good. If things are too quiet or too loud, feel free to let me know and I can fix them as soon as possible. So, okay. I do want to make a brief mention of what is going on in the Midwest. We do have a pretty robust MCS ongoing across parts of Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio right now. In fact, they just observed that 20 warning in Nebraska. We'll go to that in a second. This has been a pretty beefy line of storms producing 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts in parts of Michigan. A little bit weaker now. Most of the warnings are down to 60 and 70. But damaging winds are the main concern here. We're not too concerned about tornadoes, although maybe a brief spin up or two. Can't rule that out. But that line extends all the way down to central Indiana as it continues east. And that will continue for at least the next couple of hours. So we'll keep an eye on that. But the main concern is going to be over here in Kansas and Nebraska, where we do have those tornadic storms. So I want to show you guys, even though we don't have his live feed up that we can actively show on stream, Carmen is on the storm. This is the look from Carmen. He's got that wall cloud on the Minneapolis cell. This is the tornado warning in north central Kansas, north of Salina. There is the wall cloud. So pretty interesting look, and I wouldn't be surprised if that does produce a tornado within the next little bit. Also, if you hear any beeping or anything, that's alerts, tornado warnings, or destructive severe warnings that get issued or updated. So there's that. So let's see. What's up, Mark? Let me see if I can get that. Get that real quick. Give me one quick second. I do have to figure out something real quick. I'm gonna just go to a view. I'll show all these storms here. You have the Odell storm up north, the Minneapolis cell down south. I just need to get something for super real quick. Passwords. There we go. Need that. Oh, those permissions. Should be it. I almost sent that to Carmen on accident. That would have been interesting. All right. I think that should work. Okay. So I'm going to go to GR2 here for a bit. We can get a different look at this. Still some pretty strong inflow heading into that Odell supercell, and this is going to be in southeast Nebraska. Pretty robust circulation. RFD isn't all that strong, although it is being influenced a little bit by these cells to the west. And it looks like we are starting to see some upscale growth occur with these storms, and that could start to lessen the tornado threat a little bit. But I won't be surprised if we do see at least a couple strong tornadoes from this line. Over a little bit. The Minneapolis cell still trying to organize. Looking at read stream, he has that. It's a pretty broad wall cloud, but it is very well structured. If this all continues to organize, this may produce a tornado within the next little bit. I think what I am going to do is I am going to turn off those sounds because just for now, because that could get kind of annoying over a little bit. And plus, it's not synced with the warnings down there, so it can be a little bit annoying. So I'm going to turn that off for now. But right now, we are in the midst of 5 tornado warnings, all of them over here in Nebraska and Kansas, with one at least used to be confirmed tornado there in Nebraska. That has since lifted. No updates on that. I'm looking at a chaser feed right now. If I'm looking at Readstream, he has now a more consolidated wall cloud, a more bowl cloud, descending from the broader wall cloud. That is a sign that this thing is beginning to organize even more. Not this storm. I'm talking about the Minneapolis storm. So the L storm is separate from what I was just talking about. But that is a pretty neat looking wall cloud. So I'm going to pull up John McKinney on here. So we can get a view of that as well. So we can get some context on the Odell storm. So yeah, it has been a minute, but one thing that's going to help us stream more often is how simple I've made a stream. Not so much, I mean, it's simple, from what you're seeing. It's not as, there aren't as many scenes and as much data you're seeing on screen, but the setup process, all I have to do if I stream on a day where we're not playing the stream, like a lower end day, but there's a big event going on, there's a big situation, all I gotta do is open OBS, radar program, and the background app that handles the warnings and the live chaser feeds and all that. It should take no longer than 2 minutes to get a stream set up in that event. So we're simplifying things, and I think eventually, as things sort of evolve over time, we will, of course, add more data and more information to what you see on your screen. But for now, this is how it is. And if you guys like the more simple layout, we'll keep the simple layout. But that is the situation. It does look like the Odell cell now. This is the Torah in Nebraska is beginning to become a little more organized. We're starting to see that couplet strengthen and tighten. So until we can get a view of this, view back into the storm from some of the chasers, we don't know what's going on. It looks like the Minneapolis cell, looks like it could have a funnel here very, very soon. That's a possibility. So we'll keep watching that, but that is a very low wall cloud. So that could get going here in a matter of moments. So for those who are north of Minneapolis, Kansas, I should mention, Delphus, Miltonville, and Aurora, Kansas, basically southeastern Cloud County and northern Ottawa County. You need to be in a safe place, as the storm may produce a tornado here in a matter of minutes. That is a possibility. And as far as the tornado warnings up here in far northern Kansas, that includes Cuba, Hannum, and Hollenberg, not really a high tornado threat right now. I don't think there's a tornado that's imminent here within the next few moments. I think the greatest tornado threat's going to be with that cell in Nebraska. Also good to see you here, Mark, watching. Livid has a 68 knot VROT on the Odell one. Could be a bit contaminated, but nonetheless, I mean, this storm is definitely showing signs of increasing rotation and organization. So
Probably very rain wrapped if there is anything in there.
probably, and that might be why John's not in any rush to kind of get a view of this. I mean, he is driving away from it, but I don't see a sort of a rear view from behind him of this cell. But I would not be surprised if this thing may have produced again or is still producing. Circulation browned out a little bit again on the latest scan, but that's the I forgot that I have flash flood warnings in this program. I forgot I added them. I just see flash flood warning. I'm like, I did add it. So yeah, I would go to environmental analysis, but I am concerned that we could have a tornado either on the Odell cell or the Minneapolis. I keep wanting to say Manhattan. The Minneapolis cell in a matter of minutes. So I'm just kind of staying on both of these cells, sort of watching them like a hawk. It does appear, from my perspective, that the Minneapolis cell may be cycling. I'm starting to see that kind of new hook start to wrap around the base of the storm, and some new rotation beginning to form on the east side of where that old mezzo was. So if that's the case, it will be another 15-20 minutes before this cell produces a tornado. But with this new cycle, it could produce a significant one. If it does. But still 2 tornadic supercells. That's brilliant. Nice artifacts on the Topeka radar. Cue the conspiracy theorists on that one. They're bound to come out of the shadows at some point. They're charging up the storm. Dow 7 is on this storm. Let's see if we can get some Dow data here. I'll pull it up on Guru. You guys can get a view of this if I can load it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It just kind of, let's see, yeah, you said Dow 7. I think what we should do in the future is allow some members in the back room, if they have something that they need to put on stream. We can have like a little no TOA.
Cool. Southern Kansas, around Dodge City.
Gotcha. They can communicate in. All right, we'll look at Tornado Watch in just a second. I just need to do this, otherwise I'm going to forget about it. DBZHC. There we go. We do definitely have Dow 7 data on this storm. I'll show you guys the new Tornado Watch that has just been issued for parts of southern Kansas. This includes Dodge City, Laurens, and Pratt, Kansas, until 10 o'clock tonight. So this isn't a PDS watch, but this is a tornado mentioning a few tornadoes. Likely, I'm assuming it's probably something like 60-40 probs. But this will go until 10 o'clock tonight with the threat for apple-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
That looks really good off Topeka right now. And they just confirmed the warning again.
Yeah, I think that thing is producing. Looks like John McKinney's stream is having a bit of trouble. Do you know of anyone else that might be on this storm?
I don't. Let's see.
But I have pretty high confidence this thing is on the ground. We do have a new confirmed tornado warning that has just been issued for Odell, Wymore, Barneston, Liberty, and Holmesville, up towards Rockford and Virginia, Nebraska. So this is going to be across the pretty much the southern half, the southeastern half of Gage County. So it doesn't include Beatrice or Pickerel or Adams. This is for the southeastern quarter of Gage County. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground, even though I don't have a full visual of it right now, given the radar signature and the report that we just saw of this tornado. This thing is on the ground and likely doing damage. In fact, I would not be surprised. It might just be noise. I'll wait another scan, but may see a TDS here in the next little bit. So we will keep watching that. But this cell, and no TDS on the late scan, we just got a new scan in. This cell is in a pretty favorable environment as far as tornadoes go. It's like sort of on the northern edge of the best environment. The STP is around 7 units, which is very high across north central Kansas. But this cell is sort of on the northern fringe of that. But given the fact that the environment is destabilizing ahead of this cell until the cold front crashes in the next couple of hours, this cell will likely produce at least a couple of strong, maybe and even intense tornadoes. So we do have the fire department confirming this tornado at this time. So circulation is kind of, it seems like every other scan it kind of comes and goes as far as it being tight. One scan's tight, the other one is fairly broad, but still, we've got a fairly strong circulation here. I'll take a look at it off of Omaha. I just want to see the upper levels of the storm and give us some information. And yeah, that is a classic mesocyclone presentation about almost 8,000 feet up above the surface. So that is, or above the radar, which you add another 100 feet to that from the radar. But fairly impressive mesocyclone. This thing, if it remains uninhibited from the other storms, if it continues in this sort of favorable environment and storm interactions, we could continue to see significant tornadoes be produced from this cell. So for those who are further downstream of this cell, if you're in Pawnee, Johnson counties in southeast Nebraska, you need to be aware of this storm as it continues to the east. All right, good deal. Update on the Minneapolis cell. Still with that cycle going on. I'll go ahead and see if I can pull up the Dow data here. Oh, that's interesting. I need to. There we go. This is coming off of Dow 7. And yeah, that thing's probably, this is the Minneapolis cell, by the way. That thing's definitely starting to wrap up a little bit more. And we could see a tornado on that in a matter of moments. I know I said that 15 minutes ago, but sometimes these cycles kind of hit quick. So we'll keep watching that. Give you guys updates on there. But yeah, that Minneapolis cell definitely has a fairly large wall cloud on it. And let's see. Reed and Brad are kind of running from it, but hopefully they'll get a better view in a little bit. Let's see. I don't know anyone else who might be on this Odell cell, but that is still a fairly strong couplet. The VROT here, we'll just kind of give a range here. It's about 50 to 60 knots. So what VROT is sort of an estimation of intensity. A lot of people know gate to gate, so they basically just add the highest pixel inbound, the highest pixel outbound, and you get your gate to gate. But sometimes that has some error, and can sometimes oftentimes be a little bit overblown in terms of intensity. So what we do is we use VROT, basically just divide the. Sorry, I'm just looking at Freddy's stream and talking about snacks. We just divide that gate to gate into VROT. So a general rule of thumb is that 40 knot VROT, maybe a strong tornado, 50 to 60, perhaps intense, and then 70 to 75 knots or greater, likely a intense to violent tornado. So if that VROT estimation of about 50 to 60 knots is correct or is accurate, that would indicate that we may have a strong tornado ongoing if there is still one on the ground. We do have a new tornado warning as they have extended that tornado warning from Kansas into Nebraska for the cell that's behind the Odell one.
There's a new outlook. Not much change.
Okay. Not a huge surprise. Probably a little trimming here and there, but we do have an emissivity while waiting on the outlook graphic. there is a new MCD out. This is conditional risk, Oklahoma and Texas. Oh, like I mentioned the heat there, 100 degrees. It's very useful information. But they are mentioning potential for some conditional severe and tornado threat across parts of Oklahoma and Texas later this afternoon. Could see a watch if robust storms form. All severe hazards will be possible, with the potential for tornadoes. In fact, a couple of them could be strong. So, but they are continuing to add tornado warnings in Nebraska for these cells. And velocities are quite a disaster on this Odell storm. A lot of contamination. You might look at this at first glance and be like, whoa, but this is all of this here is just contamination. This is not the actual circulation. That's just the inflow. And likely what's going on is the inflow is quite strong. So we have a lot of inflow feeding into this storm, and it's just messing up the velocity a little bit. But this still could be cycling. That is a possibility. So whatever tornado was there may have lifted, but I wouldn't be too sure. I'm just sort of guessing based on the structure, but it doesn't change the messaging. For those near and north of Odell, over towards Wymore, the US 77 area, north of Barnston and Liberty, hopefully you're pronouncing that right, and up towards Holmesville, you need to be in a safe place. I think if you are south of Nebraska Highway 8, State Highway 8, you're probably fine from this. You are still in a tornado warning, and those cells to the west may not be as big of an issue. I think given the storm mode, they may be more of a wind and hail threat. So I would still remain aware, but as far as the tornado threat from this cell here, the Odell storm, that will pass, that will stay to the north. So the concern is not as high. But areas on to the south, areas to the west, you may want to keep an eye on that. And wow. I just took a peek at a read stream, and goodness gracious, that wall cloud is insane. The structure is just phenomenal. And even on reflectivity here, velocity, the radar presentation, is starting to look a lot more robust. So we're going to go ahead and call this a tornado that is imminent at this time. And so for those who are in Milton Vale, Aurora, and St. Joseph, you need to be in a safe place right now. A tornado is imminent. This could even be a strong tornado. Let me take one more peek at Dow data. Just off screen here. The circulation is not all that strong, but the presentation reflectivity remains still fairly robust. So I think once that strong mesocyclone kind of works down towards the ground, we could start. What is happening with this stupid laptop?
A large wall cloud.
Yeah, that is a massive wall cloud. Sometimes these larger wall clouds struggle to organize quickly, but today might be the kind of day where even these large, broader wall clouds still produce significant tornadoes. I'm just trying to... that's why. Okay. That should fix it. Hello, Jigsaw. Sorry if I missed your message a little bit earlier. I do have live YouTube chat, Discord chat popped up on my laptop here, since I am short a monitor, given that it's in repair. The display panel kind of failed on me, so I'm kind of short on screen space. So I do have to kind of put a little more effort into looking over at chats, but I'll do my best to look at chat, answer questions, and respond to messages as well. So, all right. I want to see my ears. Yes, no indication that this storm near Manhattan is producing a tornado, but that presentation on radar definitely looks convincing, at the very least. Um, um, Quick update on the Odell storm. This thing may be cycling, or actually is likely cycling. Now it is in a very high shooting environment. I mean, I'm looking at the prob severe right now, which gives us an idea of the environmental conditions. The 0 to 1 SRH, so the storm felicity at the 0 to 1 kilometer level is 366. That is insanely high. For tornadoes, you can get tornadoes in 50 to 100 0 to 1 SRH. Now, it looks like it may be starting to get into a little more stable air. I know I said earlier that it is sort of moving into an environment that is destabilizing, but how deep that instability goes is uncertain. Is there a layer of more stable air above the surface or near the surface? We just don't know that. And it's possible that's the case, that if the cell is heading into the more stable air, or is perhaps also being undercut by the cold front, then that could be a limiting factor for this storm continuing to produce tornadoes. But given the fact that we just don't know that fully, again, we don't have all the obs in the world from this cell, or around this cell, even aloft, it is a little bit hard to tell. But it does turn out that this thing is either cycling or is starting to hit that more stable air. Just kind of staying in touch with other radar sources on this. I guess we'll call it the Milton Vale cell. It's not really the Minneapolis cell anymore. Although there is another cell developing near Minneapolis that is severe warned. If that continues to grow, that could also become tornadic in the next 30 minutes to an hour. Um, I've got Freddie McKinney's stream up on my TV here, and I'm just seeing the overall structure. I mean, that mezzo is spinning, and there's just this large cone descending to the ground, but that is just a wall cloud. Um, but still no tornado. I mean, goodness, you look at the structure, you'd think there's a tornado that's down on the ground, and there just isn't. At least not one that's very visible. I mean, maybe there could be a dust cloud, debris cloud that may already be ongoing. I wouldn't be surprised, but given the chaser feeds, we just don't really see much. But that could change here in a matter of moments. Okay. That is just impressive. This thing is. I mean, it's a good thing it doesn't produce a tornado, but it's just impressive that, the contrast versus radar and reality is pretty pretty stark. There's a pretty big difference. We don't really have a lot of observations near this storm. I mean, the closest observation we have is in Salina, where it's currently 90 over 69, temperature of 90, dew point 69. That is a 21-degree spread. And even though the storm isn't very high based, it's possible that if this storm is in a hot, dry environment, that it is struggling to get that circulation down closer to the ground. And that could be what's happening. So let's go and take a look back at that cell in Nebraska. Definitely no longer producing a tornado. That is for sure, given the lack of reports and the structure just overall a lot weaker. Still a fairly stout meso on this, looking from the Omaha radar, which is looking a little bit lower into the storm. The Topeka radar is looking about 7,500 feet. This one's looking about 7,200 feet, so just a little bit lower in terms of our view. But I would probably argue it's a little bit worse of an angle. But we'll see if this thing spins up a new circulation here in a matter of moments. If it's cycling or if it's getting into a worse environment. But we'll see. It's still no tornado on that Kansas storm near Milton Vale. Getting a little bit surprised by that. Looking at the, just taking another peek at the Dow data. This is almost 10 minutes old, so it's a little bit irrelevant, but it could be a case we just don't have enough of a push to get the circulation really that well organized. I'm noticing the RFD isn't bad. You can see that in the green there, the inbounds. Some pretty decent RFD, but the inflow is just quite weak. It's not really getting its act together very well closer to the ground, so it may look really good, thousands of feet above the surface where we're seeing it from the NextRad site, but where we're seeing at the really low levels here from the Dow, it's just not as robust. That's just what it looks like right now. So we'll see if that changes at all. But that is the current look as things go right now. Let's see. As far as our live chaser feeds, I'm awaiting to see if we have any response from any of the Spark chasers. Carmen still is not live. Again, he's facing some technical difficulties. Are we planning to make a return to live streaming? It's quite possible. I do sort of have that intention with a much easier setup to deal with, where we can just kind of go live on the spot. Where it doesn't take half an hour to set everything up. I mean, the thumbnail takes longer to make, but I can always make that in the morning. If we have any kind of live emergency coverage where we just go live, surprise, surprise, we do have a separate stream that has everything default that's set up for that. But we're hoping that with enough demand, with chasers and the technology that we have here, we can go live more often. What an odd what an odd evolution. It looked like on the last scan near Holmesville, this cell may have started producing another tornado, and it just kind of just fell apart on the next scan. This cell is wildly just what's what I'm looking for. Changes a lot. I'm not sure the type of word that I'm looking for, but it's never one thing at a time. I'm currently not in college, but I am looking for a job around the area. So that's still a thing I'm working on. But in the meantime, this is what I'm doing. So that's that. It does look like this cell may be cycling again, the Milton Vale, Kansas storm. The old wall cloud looks to have maybe dissipated with a new one that is forming now. But the base of that wall cloud actually looks a little bit higher than the previous one did. So maybe the theory is could be correct that this cell is interacting with, or rather dealing with, a lot of dry air near the surface, and that's kind of inhibiting this storm from really being able to organize and produce a tornado. But again, that could change at any moment. So we're keeping a close eye on that. Going back up to the Wymore storm, looks like it is taking a pretty beefy merger in. So that could cause some temporary issues, maybe even permanent issues for this storm, trying to produce another tornado, as it doesn't look like the most favorable merger. It's really kind of cutting off that inflow and kind of pushing that storm more north. If storm motion kind of changes more to the north, it's going to head into more stable air and also not ingest that good storm relative inflow. So storm motion is going to be a big deal today. If storms are going to move further north than the mean wind, then they're going to have a lower tornado threat. But storms that move more east, they're going to have that greater tornado threat. So if the storm tends to push a little more north, which it looks like it may be doing, looking at the last few scans of the current scan, that may be what's happening. We're seeing that cell move further north. So let's see. Guess I'll provide an update on the Michigan stuff. A lot of severe warnings still going on in Michigan, but that line is definitely starting to weaken a little bit, especially on the northern end. It's sort of on the very northern edge of that instability and that heat. So still over here in Michigan, eastern Michigan, around the I-75 corridor, 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts are the main hazards. Not really too concerned with hail, not too concerned with tornadoes. I mean, the cells ahead of the line, I mean, we'll keep an eye on them, but I don't really suspect those to be a big deal. But that will continue moving east, perhaps even into southwestern Ontario. Could see some damaging winds later on. Also, I should mention briefly that given all the rain that's fallen across parts of Illinois and Missouri, the flooding threat is becoming a problem across some areas. So,
Oh yeah.
For those across Missouri and Illinois where I think you're under a moderate risk for flash flooding today, you need to be mindful that if you plan to go anywhere today, avoid flooded areas at all costs. It doesn't matter if it looks shallow or it looks like you can see the other side of the road. Do not try to cross it. Water is very deceiving. It may look fine, but it may not be fine. And that is one of the highest, one of the greatest reasons. Gosh, what am I trying to say here? It's one of the highest causes of fatalities during severe weather, is flooding. Because honestly, there's not enough awareness around it, around the dangers of flash flooding. We talk about tornadoes and damaging winds and large hail being problematic, which they are. But flooding is one of those things that is often undermined because people think, well, water's good for us, so why should we be scared of it? Well, if you get too much of it, it becomes a problem. So please never undermine or underestimate the power and hazards of water. It is dangerous in flooding situations. Was my mic muted that whole time?
Yeah.
Crap.
Huh.
Like, well,
I don't know why I was quiet.
I didn't. I hate this mic, cause like it hardly ever kind of indicates that it's muted. I don't know how long I've been muted for, but oh, it's muted. Okay, it's only muted for a minute or two. Gosh, this thing is like this. I need like I need like a big old strobe light that flashes here. Your mic's muted. Your mic's muted. Your mic's muted. Just warns me that I'm either too loud or too quiet or um. All right. Let's try this again. Let's talk about flash flooding here. But give me just 1 second here as I figure this out here. In addition to tornadoes today, we do also have a flash flooding threat, especially across parts of. If I can click on the the radar here, there are active flash flood warnings ongoing across parts of Illinois and Missouri. With a lot of rain, this is the rain from the remnant storms last night, or the remnant of the storms last night, and the new storms this afternoon. We can pull up the storm total precip and kind of see how much rain has fallen, estimated by radar. A lot of areas picking up about 2 to 4 inches of rain across parts of Missouri and Illinois. I do expect more flooding to occur across this area. These storms continue to slowly move eastward throughout the afternoon. I believe there is a moderate risk of flash flooding across parts of Illinois and Missouri this afternoon. And, we talk about tornadoes and damaging winds and large hail all the time, but flooding is one of those undermined threats. It's often undercommunicated. And it's one of those things I think a lot of people don't really think about as far as being a hazard. But the message for today, if you plan to go anywhere today, just be mindful of the potential that some areas could be flooded. Do not enter any flooded areas, even if it looks like it's just a little bit of water. It can still be hazardous. You may not see the road underneath, and who knows if the road is still there or not. So just don't get into any flooded areas today, and do not underestimate the power of water, because it can be very, very dangerous. All right.
Mesoscale discussion for portions of Missouri, Nebraska, and Iowa, stating that severe threat will increase into the evening. Tornadoes will remain possible along the Iowa-Missouri border, with hail becoming a primary hazard with northward extent. 1 or more watches will be needed this afternoon.
All right. So we will we'll take a look at MCD, and here, let me get that pulled up. This is the new. Wow, the tornado probs are actually quite high with this one. This is the new MCD across parts of Nebraska, Iowa, and Missouri. A new tornado watch will be issued across parts of the region, mentioning that tornadoes, wind, and hail will be possible. They're mentioning that the northern end there, you can see where the frontal boundary is placed. On the northern end of that boundary, you're going to have more wind and hail. In the southern part of the boundary, you will have tornadoes and damaging winds. I don't know if this is going to be a PDS or not. I had my doubts. We could get a yes or no here in a little bit. If any if we know anything about this being a PDS or not. We may not know until the watch is actually issued, but we shall see.
I doubt it,
with
but
time. Yeah.
never know.
I doubt it as well, given the fact that half the watch is, or half the MCD is north of the cold front. But it is still in Nebraska, near Rockford and Virginia. It is trying again, despite that merger. Could actually be trying again in multiple areas. You have the original meso, that is near Rockford and Virginia. Then you have a new sort of inflow region, an area of circulation down south towards Wymore. So 2 areas that we're going to keep an eye on here over the next little bit, see if any of those try to spin up. But to the west, I'm not really too concerned about there being much of a tornado problem to the west. At least within the next 20 minutes or so. Um, yeah, I'll probably have to find. I'll probably have to come up with some system that will help me identify a little bit better if my mic is active or not. Among a lot of other things that that would really help me stay on top of things. So. Let's see. Yeah, I will say this Milton Vale storm in Kansas is still struggling really badly, and even Carmen has said there's just no RFD on it. Um, and it's really having a hard time, which is a good thing. That's obviously a good thing, and definitely will watch the cell to the southwest. That could definitely try again soon. But one thing you're gonna notice over the past little bit here, as I let me pull on the kind of pull up Aguacero here because I can actually loop the radar a little bit better, a little bit easier. You can see that yes, more storms are initiating, but we are beginning to see some more upscale growth. Given the fact that the cold front is probably starting to advance more eastward now, and we're getting more ascent, more lift for storms, storms are beginning to grow more upscale. So instead of getting just like 1 or 2 cells developing along the cold front, we're now getting numerous of them. So that window for more discrete tronic supercells may not be entirely closing, but could be starting to kind of narrow a little bit more, at least along the cold front. Now, I do note that there are some attempts for more cells ahead of the cold front, and this is when the environment is definitely more favorable for tornadoes. So if these cells can mature and take advantage of the environment, then those are going to be a problem for those in the area. But it looks like these may be really struggling. Let's see if we can get a sounding and see what's going on here. A little bit of dry air, but not horrible. But I can tell, given the weak deep layer shear profiles, it does appear that scent is still a little bit removed from this region, and thus not really going to be able to maintain those cells, at least not early on. See if we can check the pulp velocity as well. Once we get it, sometimes it's a little bit buggy. Cool. All right, I'll wait for that to pop up in a few minutes, I guess. That happens sometimes, and it's probably user error. It's just sometimes a little bit finicky. But yeah, that definitely is a new circulation beginning to really pop up near Wymore. That has strengthened quite a bit over the last couple scans. Still a lot of shear. May still be. Cool. We do have a clip on the Twitter account. Yay. This cell is still in a lot of shear. It is still on the very northern fringe of the instability. So it's pretty much riding that cold front. According to mesoanalysis. If we pull up mesoanalysis here, we can see that we can see where the northern end of that instability is. Also, look at that, 5,000 Cape across parts of Kansas and Oklahoma. But you can see that cold front definitely beginning to move further southeast now. It is beginning to kind of get that forward motion, and will continue to sort of crash south. So not maybe crash yet, but we'll begin to crash south later this afternoon into this evening. But that cell is on the northern edge of that instability, so I don't expect if there is a tornado threat that redevelops with this cell, that's going to be very long-lived. But we shall see. But I would definitely be concerned if anything fires out here ahead of the cold front in Kansas. That is going to be a concern for sure. So we will keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at the STP, and yeah, still about 6 units across parts of northeast Kansas, even into far southern Nebraska. Pretty decent photographs indicating lots of wind shear, lots of instability as well. So overall, very good environment. The main question is still regarding storm mode and how storms interact. So storms interact favorably with each other, then we could see that higher end tornado threat materialize. One thing I am looking at Brett Allenstream here on the TV. He is near Clay Center, Kansas, so he is on this 21 cell that's been trying for a while and has not succeeded. And his observations, at least, I don't know if that's an actual instrument that's on his vehicle or that's just some model analysis, but temperature of 86 and dew point of 62. So 24-degree dew point depression or spread is not favorable for tornadoes. Assuming that is accurate, that is a fairly poor look when it comes to tornadoes. So that would kind of explain why this storm has been struggling for quite some time. So that's another thing that I guess, like, any time that I don't think about it, really mention it, it happens, and it's always over mixing. It is just happens all the time. We talk about one fail mode with either storm mode or, like today, a crashing cold front or anything else. It overmixes. Mention overmixing, doesn't overmix. It's just the way it goes sometimes. But that's forecasting for you. Interesting. We're just not going to get velocity up here. All right, super. That is cool. That's fine. All good, brother. There we go. Okay. Storms are struggling when Freddie McKinney's stream just has food reviews. Getting some good humor out of that. But yeah, so far still no update as far as our chasers go. We were the plan was to have chasers today. That was the plan, to have live feeds, but Karma had technical difficulties. Not entirely sure what's going on with the Spark crew, but they also might be having the same issues as well. So it's just one of those complicated days. Of course, then again, if today really doesn't do much, then it's not really like we're missing a whole lot. But at the same time, it is definitely an importance to have live chasers. It gives us a really good view outside of radar. For one, understanding what's going on with the storms, and two, giving you guys a visual confirmation of what is or what is not happening. So starting to notice that cell south of Milton Vale, the secondary cell here, is beginning to kind of get a little bit more organization on it. But I do think it is probably suffering from the same issues that the cell to the north did, and that's a lot of dry air at the surface. Temperature dew point spreads are very high, and that is something that is problematic for cells. Of course, very good for those in the area, but it is definitely one of those kind of things that just sort of is like bait. It's like, hey, it looks like it's going to do something. It's going to do something. And then it's just, you know, after 20 minutes, we're still waiting for it to do something and still does nothing. It's like a cat and mouse kind of deal when trying to communicate hazards. We talk about for so long, nothing happens. People start to kind of get a little bit, some people might get, well, it's, may not do anything. But on a day like today, in a case like today, we are choosing to be more aggressive as far as how we communicate hazards, because it's a type of day where sure, there may be some limiting factors that may suppress a higher end threat, but you get storms in the right place at the right time, interacting with each other favorably, then you've got a situation where you could get an intense tornado in a matter of moments. So it's important to stay on top of these things. But at this time, I don't really see anything new happening with the cell in Nebraska. That's kind of really formed into one big blob. It's really just a big old cluster of rain and hail and wind. So we're getting reports of a golf ball sized hail, reports of severe wind gusts, and it's raining. But no tornado. Could that change? Sure. But generally blobs have a pretty hard time producing tornadoes. So we shall see what happens here. Let's see what's going on down here in southwest Kansas. We do have cells developing out here, but I figure that these cells are kind of in the same situation as the cells up north. A lot of dry air, and also weaker shear. Now, of course, the cells up there in north central Kansas are in a much higher shear environment, but these storms have issues with dry air and weaker shear. And yeah, it looks like also may also be on the cool side of the cold front as well. That cold front looks like it may be situated right along US 56. That's possible looking at the odds. 70 over 61 near Pawnee Rock, 73 over 61 near Great Bend. So the cold front may be just off to northwest. Just off to the northwest.
There's a tornado watch for Missouri and Iowa.
Okay. And eastern Nebraska?
Yeah, one county in eastern Nebraska.
Cool. Okay. Neat. We'll go down in just a second. But yeah, these cells in Kansas here, they're in a very dry environment. 92 over 62 there in Pratt, Kansas. That is a 30-degree temperature dew point spread. So these cells are not going to be tornadic for some time. At least they shouldn't be, unless, again, some mesoscale accident happens. I clicked the wrong button there. Let's go and take a look at that new tornado watch that has just been issued for parts of Iowa, Kansas and Missouri. Until 10 o'clock tonight, few tornadoes likely, 2-inch hail likely, and widespread gusts up to 80 miles per hour likely. Now, here's one question I have. Did they, by chance, issue that 45 wind?
Nope.
Of course they didn't. Okay, cool. We still have that 15 sig 2 tornado, 30 sig wind, and that 45 sig hail. I was kind of wondering if they were going to pull that 45 wind, because it's really a not too dissimilar situation from yesterday, where we have storms that are initially sort of discrete, then they grow upscale and they produce a lot of wind. And I think today will be pretty similar. Not as long-lived of a wind threat as it was yesterday, but still could see many areas impacted by wind gusts around 60 to 70 miles per hour. So that 45 wind might have been could be a good choice, but we'll see what happens. Regardless, we're at the stage in the event where it's not a huge deal. It is what it is, but at the same time, I do see today kind of verifying a 45 wind, assuming those storms do actually grow upscale and organize. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm watching Reed to see. I just see if see what happens. But oh man. I should probably flip my Twitter feed to the following feed and not the For You feed.
Yeah.
It's probably a good idea. Of course, I'm seeing more post people in Ontario looking at the storms in Michigan more than I am about the supercells in Kansas and Nebraska. That's telling you something. I don't know what it's telling you, but that's telling you something. I mean, heck, if we went live for the storms here in Michigan, if that was our main thing, we'd have a lot to talk about. But yeah, it's still a pretty decent wind threat here. Some storms are still holding their strength across parts of Michigan, even Indiana. I'm not sure if they're really producing 70 mile per hour winds right now. I mean, let's see. Yeah, they are radar indicated for 70. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see any new wind reports out here, so looks like the highest wind gust that we've seen, at least on the LSR, is at 56 up there near Saginaw. So definitely a breezy line, but I don't know about 70. Maybe some areas around, let's say like Ann Arbor, could be producing 60. But regardless of 50, 60, 70, I mean, you still should be indoors and away from windows because these lines can pick up debris and be hazardous. So just be indoors and away from windows if you're downstream of the line and all that. So we're just trying reports because it is lagging my program. It's getting a little bit laggy here. But the current situation is we do not have any tornadoes ongoing at this time. Storms have continued to struggle. We've had at least 2 tornadoes so far in Nebraska. Maybe even one of those tornadoes earlier may have been strong. I mean, looking at velocity, there was a pretty strong signature for a few scans, but that didn't last for too long. But we're kind of in a lull right now. Now, do I think that things are going to change later on? It is quite possible. We'll just have to see how the storm evolves and how fast that cold front is. I mean, it's given the limited observations out here, it's hard to say exactly where that cold front is. I mean, you can see out here it is 62 or 61, so that's definitely already been hit by the cold front. That's going to be near Concordia, Kansas. Now, the question is the cold front behind the storms, or are they undercutting the storms? If they're undercutting the storms, well, say goodbye to the tornado threat. But if they're behind, you still have the potential for tornadoes, as they're still in that that warmer, unstable air. So further east, Livid is highlighting these cells over here in northeast Kansas, and I would definitely agree with that. These cells may become a problem if they mature and continue to organize. These could be storms to watch, and it does look like that this storm here near, what is happening? I'm like trying to draw arrows, but it just this storm near Soldier kind of got my attention. It's already starting to get a little bit of mini structure to it. These cells up here probably gonna move into that cluster, not really do much. This cell near Bala, let's see how that's evolved. Hold on, I'm not at the right. There we go. Looks like it may be kind of fanning out, so maybe not doing too much. I guess we'll see if it can wake back up, but it looks like it may be not sustaining. But this cell near Corning, that is starting to hold together pretty well. Let me open up a new board here, and let me pull up some analysis here. See what we can see. Yeah, so there's the cell there that we're watching near Corning. It is north of that outfall boundary. If you saw a post on Twitter last night and then this morning talking about that remnant outfall boundary that could become a focal point, it's north of that boundary, but it's still in a fairly decent environment. The question is, will this cell mature and sustain before it eventually runs into more stable air? Now, it is 77 over 69 near Hiawatha and Falls City. I've had 81 over 70 in St. Joseph. Now that's at the surface. The question is, yes, maybe warm and moist at the surface, but is it unstable throughout the entire column of the atmosphere? If it's warmer aloft from the surface, you've got some inhibition, and that's not necessarily favorable for robust storms and tornadoes. But if it's not, if it is all cooler aloft, then that is indicating that we do have a decent amount of instability that will maintain these storms and perhaps favor more tornadic storms. So I do have at least medium confidence that this cell near Corning could become a problem in the future. If we just get the STP on here, you can see it's got a fair bit of real estate to work with. And if we just kind of play it throughout time, you can see that energy and that shear is also lifting north with this storm too. So if that cell can become organized, probably going to have problems. So for those in northeast Kansas, Wetmore, Horton, Muskota, Highland, even the southeast Nebraska, Humboldt, Falls City, And then in Missouri, Oregon, Savannah, just naming a few areas, I want you guys to keep an eye on this cell. It's not tornadic right now, but I would definitely be keeping an eye on it. In fact, one thing I do want to look at. Let's see the latest Wolves run. This will give us kind of an idea of the environment. This is a modeled environment, but it gives us kind of an idea of what things could look like. We'll go to 2145 and kind of pull a sounding. It could take a moment, but I guess while we're waiting on that, we can look at metascale analysis. Yeah, there's the cell. You can see. Let's see if I can kind of draw it out for you guys here. That is the cell near Corning. So right in the middle of that circle is where the cell is. And that is heading off towards the northeast. So if the environment can remain favorable downstream of the cell, then there's going to be plenty of time. But of course, the question still remains, how unstable is the environment around this cell? We'll take a look at 3 Cape here. That would be a good indication. 3 Cape definitely pretty weak off the north. I think that is still some fairly new instability. So it's going to take some more time to really fully destabilize. But we shall see. But just take a look at final millibars, and yeah, that ascent is definitely nosing it. But one thing you notice with this is that you can see winds are going from southwest to northeast. You wanted a cold front orientation? Also southwest and northeast. So when you have a lot of that parallel flow relative to the cold front, you're going to get storms to grow upscale relatively early on. Now the overall forcing is on the more subtle side. That's why I haven't seen an immediate linear mode. But we will eventually see a line of storms propagating southeastward.
There is a funnel cloud on Corey Gherkin's stream. I mean, it's very tiny. Still there.
On what storm?
He's on Palmer, Kansas. So it's one of the severe warnings. The northern one.
The northern one. Oh, interesting. Okay. So, in fact, I think Reed has it too. So we do have a funnel cloud that is observed on this Palmer storm, and likely that's being aided by the little nudger from the other cell to the south, as the outflow of this cell to the south kind of enhances the inflow and RFD of the parent cell. That is where we're seeing that what could be a tornado already down. In fact, it looks like on the restream there is a tornado with this storm. So this is now a confirmed. I actually just updated its radar indicated. Give me 1 second, because the view that I'm seeing is very dull. So it's hard to confirm any ground circulation, but I say there's a 70% chance of there actually being a tornado here. So for those near Palmer, Lynn, north of Cameo, Kansas, need to be in a safe place, as there is likely a tornado that is down with this storm. From the visuals I got, it's a little hard to see, but does look like Corey Gherkin does have a funnel and likely tornado that is down with this storm. But they have kept it as radar indicated for the time being, but may change that soon. Real quick, just the other storms that are ongoing. This cell here near Aurora, Milton Vale, and Oak Hill. This one may be producing a tornado here soon as well. This one is also looking quite interesting. So it's got some pretty good inflow, got some pretty good RFD. it is still in that dry environment where there is still a lot of dry air at the surface, but it could be a case where there is enough shear and enough instability to kind of make up for that. It is entering into a more sheared environment, so we'll see if that does compensate for that drier surface air. But looking at read stream, I no longer see that funnel. I'm not sure what it is on a Corey stream.
Oh, I don't see it either.
Okay. So likely if there was anything there, it's gone now.
It's still kinda not.
Yeah. Regardless of whether it's a tornado or not, I think you should still be sheltered if you are in Palmer, Lynn, Greenleaf, and north of Camaro. They just tornado warned that cell southwest of Clay Center. So it is a new tornado warning in effect for Morganville, Green, and Clay Center, Kansas. That also include Miltonvale and Oak Hill. So if you're in any of those towns I've called out, if you're along or near US 24 from south of Aurora all the way over towards near Leonardville, you need to be in a safe place and off the roads. Kansas Highway 15, from I would just say west of Wakefield, in the intersection of Kansas 82, all the way up to where it turns into Kansas Highway 9 up towards near Washington. No driving and in a safe place. If you're in a mobile manufactured home, you need to leave now and go to a more substantial shelter. So that tornado, funnel cloud near Palmer was in fact a tornado, was a brief ground circulation. So it looked like it was a brief tornado. What Liv is telling me from what he saw in Corey's stream. So a brief tornado did occur with that cell, and that storm could produce it again in the next little bit. So we will definitely keep an eye on that. Just a quick update on that Corning cell. Still fairly small, but based on what Hydra is putting in the stream chat here, he's getting a 3D look into this storm, and it already has a little bit of inflow into it. I do think there is a little bit of noise from the other cell excuse me, from the other cell developing to the south, where it kind of looks like a big old inflow cave, but that is the other cell that's popping up to the south. So, but this cell could definitely be interesting, especially once that merger occurs. That could encourage the cell to turn a little bit more to the right and become more tornadic. Just quick update on the cells in Nebraska. Still not very tornadic, just mainly broad circulation, but I do encourage those in the warned area, both the severe and tornado warned areas, to be in a safe place, mainly given the threats for damaging winds and large hail. That is definitely a concern with both of these cells, or for this cluster. I want to say both of these cells, this big old blob of storms around Cook, Johnson, Auburn, and Humboldt, Nebraska. You get a new hairdo, I just need to, need to fix the receding hairline at some point here, There's already memes within the team about the receding hairline. It's just I'm never gonna live it down, apparently. Just hoping none of the viewers catch on to it at some point. I'm counting on y'all to not mention it. Also some tree damage in Michigan from those damaging winds. Just thought I'd mention that as I'm scrolling through Twitter trying to find some reports. Yeah.
Seems like we do have some attempts at initiation in western Oklahoma and Texas. Got some special weather statements down there for probably hail. No, for wind. That makes sense.
Yeah, so Oklahoma actually fired.
I mean, it is like 97 degrees over
Yeah,
there.
they're in a very, very hot, dry environment. Dew points are in, I almost said dew points are in the 90s. Temperatures are in the 90s with dew points in the 60s. So yeah, dew points in the 90s would be something. It'd be very, very hot. But that 30-degree temperature dew point spread is not favorable for tornadoes. Now, off to the east, okay, well, it's not even to the east. It's still the same. But once temperatures start cooling down as we get past peak heating in about an hour, there could be a tornado threat developing later on if these storms stay together. But I'm thinking my expectations are that these cells are probably going to remain hailers for a long time. I don't think tornado threat's going to be a concern with these cells, at least for the next 1 to 2 hours. So that's still worth keeping an eye on if you're concerned about hail. But as far as tornadoes, not going to be a huge deal. But that Milton Vale cell, definitely trying again. Let's see. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm looking at the Dow data, Dow 7 data, and there's an entire chunk missing from the radar where the storm of interest is. So that's
fun.
ultra convenient. But yeah, it is what it is. Can't do anything about it. You know, I do have to ask a question. I wonder if Hydra eats steak like every night. Because, like, you know, whenever we've had these severe weather days, you know, he cooks dinner each night. It's always steak. So I'm wondering if he eats steak every night. It's a curious question.
Let's see. Hydra? Hopefully he's listening right now.
Well, he said be right back out of seasoned steak. So you might have to ping him in the chat. Did they just update that tornado warning for the southern cell? That looks like another circulation is trying to develop near Morganville as well. That would be a rain-wrapped tornado if one were to develop near Morganville. But really just this whole line from Milton Vale up towards Lynn is tornadic. Although I will say that cell on the northern end may be dying. So perhaps that cell may be reaching end of life. It does look like that Freddy might be targeting this southern cell southwest of Clay Center. It looks like he might be doing that now, so we should be getting a little bit better view into that cell. Looks like Carmen is giving me updates. Saying today is chalked. I'm gonna be a bit snarky and say, have you considered going south? Yeah, these cells that we're looking at right now, these are storms that have developed along the cold front. What's surprising is that these cells haven't gone instantly linear. That's likely just due to the mostly just kind of subtle forcing. Maybe even in a little bit of dry air that is sitting near the cold front right now. In fact, it is 90 over 71 near Pratt, Kansas. Wait, that's not the Pratt station. That is the Junction City station. They're 90 over 71, so it's a 19-degree temp dew point spread. So that's a little hot for these cells. And it's likely allowed cells to remain a little more discrete rather than fully linear. But so far, what we can tell, these cells have not been undercut by the cold front.
Ooh,
Not yet, at least.
that don't look good.
What?
That's that southern tornado warning. Kind of not very great
In what way?
in terms of tornado production, but
Yeah. Yeah. I noticed the hook kind of folded in on itself a little bit. So that might be either it's going through a really big recycle or is just kind of struggling from the same thing that the cell about, was it 2 hours ago? No, not even 2 hours ago. An hour ago struggled with. My sense of time when streaming is completely thrown off. It's complete, like it feels like 3 o'clock still. It's 4 o'clock. It feels like we've been live for 4 hours already, but it's what it is.
so it is starting to look a little bit more impressive in upper tilts. So we'll see if that translates further down.
I love if I can use the arrow keys on Aguacero to go in tilts. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the feature. Gosh. It's like no other radar program except Jira 2 has that. We can just go up and use the arrow keys to go up in tilts. That is such a good feature. But yeah, it still is a meso. It looks like it could be cycling. I am seeing a new circulation develop to the east. So we'll see what happens. And then there's something suspicious forming near Morganville. That could be a brief tornado if that continues to organize. But that'll be rain wrapped. You are not seeing that tornado unless it's right on top of you. So don't even go outside. Just stay inside. Watch the rain. Well, be in a safe place. Don't sit by your window, please. Don't do that. But listen to the rain. That's much better advice than watch the rain. I promise 80% of the time I do give good advice, but no promises. The storms over here in Nebraska, it definitely looks like a pretty good gust segment coming through near Johnson and Auburn. And the warnings disappeared for like 5 seconds. So that's going to be a straight line wind threat for areas like Johnson, Auburn, and Nemaha over the next little bit. So not a tornado concern with that, as that is much more like an outflow segment. Not really too concerned about tornadoes with that. Could there be a brief spin up that forms along the edge of that outflow segment? Sure, that can happen. But the main concern is going to be damaging winds with that. Now, elsewhere, hail in Nebraska. These cells over here in eastern Nebraska, these are hailers. These are elevated. These are not going to produce tornadoes. These are north of the warm front or north of the cold front. It is 57 over 55 in Lincoln, and it is 50 over 49 in Norfolk. So these storms are forming in very cold air. But the reason why these are severe is because of the elevated instability aloft. These storms are kind of in the exit region of the trough where the air aloft is cold. So these storms are able to form and produce large hail, but these storms will not be a tornado concern. So don't worry about these being tornadic. You should, however, still pay attention as far as the tornado, oh my goodness, as far as the hail threat is concerned. So just keep that in mind. But yeah. In one kind of unrelated note to Kansas, it is 90 degrees here again today, with a dew point of 71. Ouch. Not the most fun in terms of comfort. That does remind me, I am going to real quick take just a quick break. Just give me like a minute. I'm gonna turn on my AC and use the bathroom. So I'll keep the view on this storm, but I'll be back in just 1 minute.
Let me take a peek at what's happening in Michigan. Storms are about to enter Canada. That's fun. Still a lot of wind reports. Mainly probably wind damage more than severe winds. So we did have an 81 mile per hour wind gust report. That was at 317. Measured on a handheld anemometer. That's cool. In what county is this? Don't know. Near Dundee, Michigan. .58 mile per hour wind gust recorded at the Oakland County Airport. And a bunch of wind damage reports.
Right.
Yeah, I was just talking about the Michigan stuff. How somebody recorded an 81 mile per hour wind gust over there.
Wow. So I guess those storms still are producing some punch.
Sure.
Of course, when was that 81?
Yeah, it was kind of 2 hours ago, so it
Oh.
wasn't from the thing. But there was a 58 mile per hour wind gust reported at the airport near Detroit.
So still some strong wind gusts here. Maybe some isolated severe gusts in this area, but just a big old line of damaging winds. I'm actually a bit surprised of how strong this line actually was. It really it really packed a punch across Michigan and northern Indiana this afternoon, and now it will move into southwest Ontario in the next little bit. And the question now is, will these storms survive the lake? Now, what can happen in the Great Lakes is as storms move across these bodies of water, there's no instability at the surface, but because there's less friction on the lake and there's more instability aloft, these storms can be accelerated. And if they're weaker as they're exiting land, they could actually strengthen over water and then become stronger as they get back on land. So it's a weird interaction or weird evolution that could happen here. So if you're, I doubt anyone's watching from Ontario, but those in Western Ontario may want to keep an eye on that, as that could, those storms could still be severe. So that circulation is starting to come back a little bit on that Clay Center storm. So that may be another one to watch for tornado trouble over the next little bit. Still mainly a wind and hail threat over here in Nebraska. Those cells could produce 70 mile per hour wind gust and some half-dollar sized hail. Maybe a tornado, but I don't think that's a huge concern. Definitely not a non-zero. It's a non-zero threat of a tornado, but fairly low overall. Regarding these cells over here in Kansas or southwestern Kansas, these are, in fact, I wonder if that boundary, so that boundary we're seeing on radar, this one right here, it looks like, if I am drawing this correctly, no. This right here, this is the cold front. So if that is the cold front right there, then these storms are elevated. So it's not just they're just in hot, dry air. Their bases are really high, and they are not going to produce tornadoes. So still a
Um,
hail concern. What's that?
the the cluster in far southeast Nebraska, there is a report of 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts from a personal weather station.
Wow.
So
Okay.
got
So
destructive gusts over there.
would that be near Johnson by chance?
Uh, just southwest of Johnson.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that is still very correlated with that alpha segment we're seeing. I mean, of course, we're looking at a weird angle. So looking from the north, we're kind of getting this sort of splice, that sort of middle cut of the alpha segment. But if we were looking more west or east, we would definitely see a big, kind of like a bow echo type of feature on here. But because the angle we're looking at doesn't look as impressive as it actually is. But these sort of signatures, whenever you see this, a kind of like backwards C shape, you're more than likely going to be seeing some potentially destructive wind gusts, which we have seen here of up to 90 miles per hour. So, and then that could be low end tornadic winds. So, definitely something to take as seriously as a tornado, even if there is no active tornado. Another way I like to look at it too, if radar coverage is bad, although it's not really well defined here, that's what we call a mark signature. So that's MARC. And that's basically where on the leading edge of a bow segment, you'll kind of see what looks like a bookend. If you ever look on the northern edge of an MCS, you kind of see that couplet. Sort of similar look here. You have those strong winds in the outflow, and you have some sort of inflow winds on the northern end of that signature. That can indicate some very strong outflow winds where we have a powerful gust segment. It's what's called a mark signature. And those can be fairly intense.
I'm gonna go eat dinner now, so I'll be back in a bit.
All right, sounds good. Um, I think one thing I have to do eventually, with the warning bar at the bottom, is it still is it counts updates and continuations as new alerts. So let's say like the Tornado Watch. A Tornado Watch was not just issued because an office tweaked it. A county was removed or whatever. It counts it as an update. Actually, I think what it's doing now is it's going through. Oh, just restart. That's what happened. Okay, so that's what's happening is that the application restarted. But even then, what tends to happen is that if a warning is updated, it'll still count as an issuance. But I think what's happening now is that the program had randomly restarted, so it kind of I might have to quickly restart it here. It's gonna keep doing this. Some technical difficulties, by the way. Okay, I think it's just looping. It happens sometimes. It does kind of just get a little bit. Actually, that's the first time I've ever seen that issue happen. But we'll see if yeah, it will still go through all those warnings, but hopefully it won't completely just loop and loop and loop and loop and loop. So we'll see what happens. Still going. I can probably try to do a hot fix real quick in case it keeps doing it, but that's right. I'm definitely curious how this cell's doing there in northeast Kansas. It looks like it's continuing on that northward track. It never really decided to go east and is running out of real estate. Also, by the way, we do have a new destructive severe warning has been issued for, this will include Atchison County in northwestern Missouri. So this is the far northwestern corner of Missouri. It's got to go through freaking so many warnings. Goodness gracious. This is now warned for 80 miles per hour. So for those in this area, you need to be in a safe place as this one is producing destructive wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. Actually, really up to 90, given that gust report. Let's say that cell near Greenleaf, maybe trying to reorganize as it gets farther away from the cells of the southwest. So we'll see if they extend that tornado warning in a little bit. But yeah, that cell northeast Kansas continuing to move north. Not really favorable for tornadoes, at least not for a while. Okay, something tells me it's just looping and looping and looping. Yeah, it's just going to be looping all the time. Gosh, I love it when things work normally, when like there's nothing going on and everything is fine and I'm not live, but then everything just completely flops when. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm just gonna do a quick hot fix real quick on that, because that is not a good bug to have. Not at all. I'm just asking AI in hopes that it helps. Because that's not something I'm just gonna go through the entire code and try to diagnose right now. So see if we can get a quick fix on that warning ticker. Because that's a pretty bad bug to have. The thing is, we do have a new tornado warning that has just been issued for parts for areas in Kansas that will include Morganville, Palmer, Cameo, Cottage Hill, Blue Rapids, and Barnes and Greenleaf. Maybe for these two cells here, that'll be entering the warning. Shortly after, there's one that's already in the warning, another one that will be entering it soon. But and also probably for this one as well, north of Barnes. So 3 areas of interest that could be concerns for tornadoes down the line. So we'll keep an eye on those. We're also going to watch a cell near Bennington, Kansas. That is also starting to get some rotation on it. It is in that fairly dry environment, so the air around here is pretty dry. But could be interesting over the next little bit if that does continue to organize. But other than that, though, main concern is still wind and hail. Storms have really kind of been struggling, and I think the main reason for that, like I mentioned earlier, is due to a lot of dry air at the surface. Whenever you get those temperature dew point spreads over 20 degrees or even near 20 degrees, it becomes harder for those mesocyclones to really reach the surface and produce tornadoes efficiently. But yeah, I can tell the warning banner. It's just broken. Even restarting it just did not work. So I'm just going to actually I could try this and see if maybe that would help in the meantime. But Yeah, it's not helping. It's definitely a internal issue I've got to look at. Yeah, I will say that the Morganville cell here is definitely the cell of concern. It still looks a little high based. In fact, I did just 21 warn that cell over here near east of Bennington. So that's a new 21 warning that has just been issued for Manchester, Longford, and near Wakefield, Kansas. Maybe not an immediate tornado concern, although that circulation isn't half bad. It is looking fairly robust. But I will say this one here near Morganville has probably got the best chance of producing a tornado soon. A fairly high broad Walcott on it. Kind of looked like the cell earlier, about an hour, about an hour and a half ago, over here near Minneapolis. Kind of looks like that one. But this one still could have a chance, maybe a better chance too. It does look a little bit better on radar. But let's see if we have any. Taking a look at the Dow data here. See if we can pull up the Dow data. Not a very robust look from the cell. Of course, we're looking almost down to the surface on this, but fairly broad. In fact, actually, wait, this is that same cell. Okay, no, we should be looking up here. Actually, this is Miltonvale. Wait, this is interesting. There might just be a displacement. I think we are actually looking at the Morganville cell. It's just displaced. So this is basically move this cell 15, 20 miles to the northeast, up towards Morganville, not Miltonvale. So we are looking at the right cell. It's just displaced on the map. But yeah, not really a lot of character to this cell. There's just not much character to it. It is very, very loosely organized at this time. So, but again, we'll keep an eye on it. I'm still trying to fix the warning banner there at the bottom. I'm not sure how it did that, why it's doing it, but hopefully should be getting fixed here soon. Could also be an API issue too. I'm not sure. Looks like they did issue a tornado watch in. Okay, yeah, just a couple minutes ago there is a new tornado watch that's been issued in Oklahoma and northwest Texas. A couple strong tornadoes possible. A tennis ball sized tail possible, and scattered gusts of 75 miles possible. Now, wind and hail going to be the main threats because, again, it is hot and dry in this area. But if any cells do become lower based, we could see a few tornadoes in Oklahoma later this evening. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for sure. Alrighty. Ready. Again, apologies for the bottom band. Oh, look, well, of course you guys can't see, but Freddie just passed one of the Dow trucks on his stream, scanning the storm. Again, really no changes in the overall structure, very loose organized structure. Maybe inflow is increasing a little bit, but I'm starting to see that kind of, actually, yeah, there is some new inflow starting to kind of develop along that, so. Although interesting, it looks like we may be seeing kind of a cool feature here of you see that kind of roll right there, that sort of might be seeing the I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but almost like we're seeing the vorticity current right there, but it's a little hard to say. It's still very loosely organized, still very weak overall rotation. It's almost like it's not really grabbing onto the shear very well, and that's not surprising, again, given the case, given the situation where this cell is likely in a hot, dry environment. Just not favorable for tornadoes. Well, maybe not favorable, but less favorable for tornadoes. Okay, it's not what I clicked on. Oh, cool. How is it still doing it? That is the craziest thing ever. Like, the funny part is it's still, even though I've killed the program, it's still thinking that all these warnings just got issued. Like, I think I'm just gonna do this. Just gonna kill the entire warning banner entirely. You're gonna have nothing there at the bottom, but deal with it. Normally I would have a scroll text down there, but I just haven't built one yet. We'll probably get one next stream. Then the one thing I would watch with this cell is if we do see some mergers begin to kind of assist this cell. If that merger comes in a favorable direction in orientation, that could aid this cell in producing a tornado. But we'll see. But that Bennington cell, I will say, or the Bennington-Manchester cell, not very well organized as far as it being tornadic. Could produce a tornado, but it is fairly disorganized. Got a lot of work to do there. Interesting structure near Summerfield, Kansas, on the Nebraska side. That could be interesting. We'll see if that. We'll see if this cell becomes a problem here shortly, near Pawnee City. Still a destructive wind threat up here to northeast, entering into far northwest Missouri. I did just issue a new severe warning for that cell, but I would definitely be watching that cell near Summerfield and Du Bois for a potential tornado here shortly. This could be a significant tornado that may be developing here shortly. Yeah, that's looking pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Let me see if my warning thing is fixed yet. I doubt it is, but we shall see. We will say if you are in Du Bois or Pawnee City, you need to be in a safe place at this time. This is going to be in far southeast Nebraska. me see something real quick. Because I'm still... So it is an OBS thing. It was right there. Just give me one quick moment as I try to fix this issue. Looks like I did fix it, so... Stop it. Stop it. OBS is being a little bit of a wiener head right now. Alright. Looks like I have fixed it. Some way, somehow. I guess by moving the scene and adding it back, it seemed to have helped, but... sure. I mean, just whatever. Okay. Goodness gracious. Gotta love technical difficulties randomly appearing. You don't know what's wrong with them. You don't know how to fix it, so you're just on a win with it. It is the most annoying thing possible. Technology, man. Tornado emergency that has just been issued for this cell. This is now a tornado emergency on this storm. So they have confirmed a tornado on this west of Du Bois. So if you are in Du Bois, this is interesting. Okay, so all right. This is. Give me one quick second. Is Hastings doing the same thing that they did yesterday? Is it the same office even? No, it's Omaha this time because Hastings issued a interesting Tory yesterday. Now today it's Omaha. But yeah, this is a tornado emergency that has just been issued for Du Bois. Any other towns that are in this area? Let me see real quick. This is just Pawnee City and Du Bois. This Tory will go until 5:30. So emergency management has confirmed this as a tornado that is down on the ground. Let's see if we have any debris that is being lofted. No debris signature, but there is a report of a tornado with this. Now, given the circulation that we've seen with this, it does appear as though that there definitely is a strong circulation with this. Whether it's Tory worthy or not, I mean, it's hard to say, but it's definitely a strong circulation. Although definitely I will say there is some sideweb in here. I am definitely a bit suspicious of this meeting Tory requirements. Regardless of that, though, if you're in Pawnee City and Du Bois, you need to be in a safe place. There is a report of a tornado with this, and this could become a problematic situation. It's hard to say how strong this thing is. I have my doubts that this is actually an intensely violent tornado, but regardless, it is still a tornado emergency. Down to the south, though, not much going on. Broad circulation near Morganville. This cell has struggled for a while. Continues to struggle. The cell down here near Manchester is still trying. In fact, this might have a little weak spin up on it near Manchester, Kansas, but the main concern is up here near Pawnee City. It's just a little bit hard to say if this Tory is actually warranted or not. Definitely a lot of side lobe, for sure. One of that, this cell has a lot of inflow. But whether those velocities here, this is probably what they issued that Tory off of. Even though it's still the same type of deal where it's very side lobed, very inflow contam. Probably wouldn't make sense why the Tory was issued from their perspective, even though again, very side lobed. So it's hard to say the same thing happened yesterday, because yesterday when we had a Tory, that actually had a tornadic circulation, but it did not meet the 70 knot requirements or STP requirements that is necessarily required, or at least what would guide a tornado emergency. Today, the STP is very high, but we're looking at a very side lobe circulation. We're not looking at an actual, violent tornadic circulation. And even then, I mean, a lot of that is really just noise. There is really no defined TDS within this area. That lowered CC is very scattered. A lot of it's just in the inflow, so probably some noise or some dirt's being picked up from the inflow, but there is no TDS with this storm. So it's really hard to say that this Tory is justified. Still, it is a tornado warning. And Pawnee City, Du Bois, you need to be in a safe place. I would say areas downstream, areas like Dawson and Salem and Verdon, you should also be getting ready to go in that safe place, given that this is still a tornadic supercell. But just this is very side-lobed. What you're seeing here on velocity is not a legitimate violent tornadic signature. This is what a lot of the guides, and I hope that's in every office training for warnings, is that these pitfalls can make you think that there is a violent tornado, but there really isn't, because all we're seeing here with this storm is just inflow. All of this right here is just inflow. And even this is probably overdone. I don't think there's 100 knots or 100 mile per hour wind streaming into this storm. I don't think that's necessarily going on. So, in fact, I think I do have that guide somewhere. I have it somewhere in the server that discusses pitfalls and yeah. So here is that is not where I told you to put that window. But here it is. This is the guide basically explaining impact base 20 warning guidance. This is from the NWS. 70 knot VROT, the SDP greater than 6. Now we've seen a lot of 70 knot VROT that's in less than SDP of 6, because then that can still be a dangerous situation.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the pitfalls of our Tories here. But what I think the weather service in Omaha fell for was right here, was sidle contamination, where it looks like an intense circulation, but it isn't. In fact, this screen grab right here, this radar grab, was actually another Tory back in 2016 in North Carolina that did not produce a tornado. So, but anyways, it's just a little bit of a discussion on why we strongly believe that this is not a legitimate Tory. There is a new 20 downstream of it. They are continuing this They're extending this tornado warning, not the Torrey part, but just the tornado warning. This will include Richardson County in southeastern Nebraska for this reported tornado. Storm Runner Media is approaching this this storm. Excuse me. Be able to get a view of this. Yeah, so he's approaching this tornado emergency storm at this time. But yeah, no tornado. But I would say that circulation is looking even broader now. Still, again, some fairly decent inflow. I mean, this storm is definitely ingesting a decent amount of inflow, but it's just not a legitimate, gate-to-gate tornadic circulation that we would expect to see. In fact, they have continued that tornado warning. If you got downgraded, they downgraded Torrey now to a PDS tornado warning, which is still might be a bit high, but definitely a little more forgiving with this, especially if there is still a tornado that is down with this storm. So looks like this thing is starting to track a little bit more to the north, perhaps. I mean, a little bit of a north jog with this. So this thing's going just a little bit north of Du Bois, but it's still tracking generally towards the east. So again, for those in Humboldt, Dawson, Verdon, and Salem, need to be in a safe place at this time. Interesting. So yeah, there is that circulation. It's starting to try to come back together here near Cameo, Kansas. This is the storm we've been watching for a little while, northeast of Morganville. That's likely enhanced due to a bit of a nudger that is coming from the cell to the southwest. As this cell's outflow is, oh my goodness, what kind of arrow did I just draw? As the outflow is sort of feeding that RFD and the inflow of this storm. Nudges can often enhance tornadogenesis, and that's what we could be seeing here. So that is something to keep in mind, that a tornado could be more imminent on that storm at this time. Let's just see. We do have a new tornado warning here in northwest Missouri. As for that damaging segment, that's still producing mostly damaging winds. Could it be a tornado on this segment? Possible, but if anything, it might be very brief. But the main concern here remains with 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts along that strong outflow surge there. But still concerned for a tornado around Humboldt. Looks like that circulation has definitely been lifting more north. So Humboldt, you're downstream of this possible tornado, heading at northeast at about, let's see, estimated speed is about 40 miles per hour. So you don't really have a lot of time to get to your safe place, but do so safely, of course. But make every effort to get into your safe place, as there is likely a tornado in progress. Well, maybe a tornado in progress. We can check CC again. Still no evidence of a TDS. All of this that you're seeing here is just noise. That is just noise. There's really no solid spot. Where there's a lowered CC. It's just kind of scattered and still pretty high here. I mean, we're still kind of ranging about 80%. On CC, so that's indicating it's mostly just noise, maybe some dust being picked up, but that's just garbage in there. That's not related to a tornado at this time. Going back to the Topeka radar, keeping an eye on this Keeping an eye on these storms here. Circulation remains fairly... Oh, am I behind? Oh, I'm still getting the wrong storm. My bad. Circulation starting to intensify a little bit more on that Cameo storm. This is the leading supercell with the potential of a tornado. And that's starting to get a little more organized. As it continues off towards the northeast. But I will say that cell may be turning a bit more to the right. That looks like a possibility here. And it seemed to improve dramatically after that infill emergence. That looked like a very favorable merger that just occurred a little bit ago on that cell. So with that being the case, that storm could produce a tornado soon. Although then again, I'm looking back up at streamer feeds, and looks like Reed is still on it. If he is, he's got a very, very high base wall cloud. So this storm could still be relatively high based, which is less favorable for tornadoes, given a lot of dry air near the surface. Still 90 over 71 near Junction City. A little bit far away, but still probably dealing with quite a bit of dry air. And I do want to make a note for those on Twitter. Okay, when it comes to tornado warning, especially PDS or Tories. Now, PDS, if it's definitely like a not legitimate situation, we don't post it. But whenever there's a tornado emergency, regardless of whether we believe it's real or not, we do still post it. That's just a standard that we have. Tories always get posted, even in a situation like that where the circulation was very, very side-lobed. So just making that note that it's not necessarily us that's the problem. It's just a standard that we have.
The world.
I will say that
What?
What's that?
There's a tornado near Dawson, Nebraska, and it's pretty big. Or at least 4 minutes ago there was. I think that's.
Wait, could that actually?
I think that's the. There's a TS on it, but like.
Oh, that. The one that just crossed the border.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that or. But that's what I would assume.
I'd say there's a fairly decent chance that might be it. Because I don't really see how it would be the... Because he said it was in Dawson. I mean, I doubt it's the Humboldt one.
Me neither.
So I'm thinking that this one right here, the one that's near Salem, so... If that's the case, if we go to... I gotta fix that, shoot. Let's just use Aquacero. This would be a large damaging tornado near Salem. It definitely looks funky. It doesn't look like a tornado on radar, but if this is the storm that we are looking at, then that's it. So, large damaging tornado ongoing near Salem. We say they just PDS'd it. I would figure they're probably PDSing the Salem one. So this is a particularly dangerous situation now for Salem, Dawson, Verdon, and Falls City. But now the apparent debris signature looks a lot messier now. It doesn't look as deep as it did before.
Seems like there may be a TDS on like Kansas or near Blue Rapids.
Okay. I'll look at that in okay.
Yeah, it's definitely a TDS.
Alright, so we've got another tornado down. Yep, right here. So near Cottage Hill, we do have a tornado that is down. Yeah, that would check out on velocity. So there's a debris signature right there. So that's heading up towards Blue Rapids. It's not a very deep TDS, but is still a tornado regardless. That'll be heading up towards the northeast. So those in Blue Rapids and Waterville and Cottage Hill need to be in a safe place at this time, as there is a tornado that is down with this storm. But yes, there is. They have upgraded that confirmed tornado warning to a PDS for Richardson County, Nebraska. Looking at it from Omaha, it does look like there is definitely a TDS there. TDS does look a little more convincing on the Omaha radar. But still definitely a very interesting structure for sure. I mean, it's not what you'd really expect. But sometimes these tornadoes do form on the very southern edge of the storm where you don't have a lot of rain. Where you sort of have a more low precip structure on a cell that does have a tornado on the very southern flank. So that could be what happened here. We had a very low precip tornado, didn't really get caught up on reflectivity very well. You know, where you would normally expect it, and just kind of formed on that tail. So I am definitely inclined to believe that that there definitely was a tornado with that Salem storm. Storm to the west, though, I mean, it's really challenging to say. I mean, it is. The lack of a TDS really doesn't give a lot of confidence in that being the tornado compared to the one to the south. However, the one to the south, near Dawson and Salem, did have that TDS, just didn't have the good structure on reflectivity and velocity. So it's one of those challenging situations, but regardless, you're in that 21, you need to be in a safe place, especially given the uncertainty with that situation. Looks like the TDS has faded away on the Cottage Hill one, but there is still circulation right there. So if a tornado is lifted, one could be produced again soon with the storms. So did issue a new tornado warning. This one is observed. So this is a new tornado warning that is now in effect for Cottage Hill, Blue Rapids, up towards Beatty. Beatty? Not sure exactly how you pronounce it. But so that is a new tornado warning that is in effect for that supercell. Then maybe we could see another attempt for a tornado here near Wakefield on this southern cell as it interacts with cells down to the southwest. So 3 supercells all lined up with tornado potential, 1 near Cottage Hill, 1 east of Morganville, and 1 near Wakefield. These 3 cells do have the potential to produce tornadoes within the next little bit. So we will definitely keep an eye on that. Checking back up on the storm near Salem, still a fairly robust mesocyclonic circulation. No evidence of a TDS on it now, but it's starting to get some better structure on it for sure. It does look like the structure has become a little bit more robust. And as far as the cell to the west that had the Tori on it, that cell looks like it is beginning to weaken fairly quickly. I mean, could it still produce a tornado? That's possible. But man, that meso off of Omaha on that storm, definitely fairly robust. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on that for sure. And that storm probably has a fairly good chance of producing another tornado near Salem. So if you are on extreme southeast Nebraska and near Barada, Arago, or Rajo, or Falls City, you need to be in a safe place at this time, as you guys are up next for the potential of large hail damaging winds and a tornado. The PDS continues for Richardson County until 5:30. Or sorry, is that 5:30 or is that 5:45? So let's look back at Topeka's radar. We can get a different view of this storm. Still no TDS on it. Same is true with the western cell. One near Cottage Hill, no TDS on that one. The green cell might be trying to organize again after being a little doglegged for a while. That might produce a tornado in a little bit. One near Wakefield, not as well structured, much weaker circulation, but could still become a problem in the next little bit should that cell strengthen or continue to organize. I'm replying to tweets while doing live weather coverage too. So busy man here. Yeah, that Cottage Hill circulation is definitely getting a bit more interesting. Industry Kansas. Where is Industry Kansas? Might be this one that he's talking about. I gotta find that now. Oh, okay. So Industry is the southern cell. So it's this one right here. Still needs a bit of work, but okay. A new MCD, but that's a 20% watch prob. Yeah, look at that inflow region on the Blue Rapids cell is definitely pretty robust. And that ZDR arc is really improving too. The structure on ZDR is definitely looking very interesting. Nice little notch there. You can see there with the more negative values. You get some pretty good inflow into that cell. So that cell near Blue Rapids could become a problem here in the next
probably
few
the one
minutes.
to watch.
Yeah. I think this cell may be the cell of the evening if it continues. PDS has been a new PDS 20 warning has been issued. This will be for. Oh, this is still okay. This is still Richardson County. It's just for some reason the severe warning made me think that it was a different county, but this is now in northeastern Richardson County in southeast Nebraska for this possible tornado that is ongoing. No TDS on it anymore. Hasn't had a TDS for several scans, but does still have some rotation on it. I think we want to look at this from Omaha now. That's probably the preferred radar. Although it does definitely look a little more side lobe now. Very, very side lobe. Very contaminated. Still no evidence of a TDS, so chances of this thing being on the ground, not zero, but not very confident as far as this being a tornadic, or as far as this thing actually being a tornado. Okay, well it turns out I somehow accidentally fixed the warning bar, because it seems as though that the of course I might be very loud for you guys, so I'll try to turn it down a little bit. But it seems like it's actually picking up on new 20 warnings. It's not just beeping whenever there's a continuation. Anyways, although they have continued that tornado warning there for Blue Rapids, looks like this tornado will stay south of. The cell will stay south of Marysville. So Marysville, you're probably in a better position, but I will say if you are in this 21, you need to remain in a safe place. Blue Rapids, you're in the line of fire for the potential of a tornado. There isn't one down right now, but there could be one down in a few moments. If there's any good news, it does look like the circulation has broadened out a little bit. It's not as tight as it was before. That could be a sign of the cell cycling. I don't think it's weakening by any means, but it could be a little more time before this thing does produce again. But we will continue to see extensions for that tornado warning there in northern Missouri, northwestern Missouri. So, that's terminal radar. Man, that would have been so cool if that was not a terminal radar. If that was an actual NextRad site. Oh, so good. But you can't always have nice things, you know.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
In fact, there's the new TOR for Atchison and Holt counties in northwestern Missouri.
It's a warning mess in that area.
Yeah, it is.
CWA boundaries everywhere.
Yeah, you have Omaha, Kansas City. Do you also have Des Moines in here too?
Yeah, it's almost to Des Moines CWA.
Yeah. It's quite the mess. Although then again, it is still a question of what exactly is going on here. I mean, we have the beam height isn't as low as we'd ideally like it. It is definitely a little high up. Now, I will say though, the presentation does look like it's getting a little bit better as far as it maybe calling out some new inflow, maybe trying to recycle. But at the same time, it's still very messy. A lot of side lobe contamination, a lot of inflow feeding into it, not a lot of RFDs. So I doubt a tornado is still ongoing with this at this time. But regardless, If you are in the tornado warned areas, Barada, Nebraska, Arago, Nebraska, and into Corning, Craig, and Fairfax, Missouri, if they're in far northwest Missouri, you need to be in a safe place as the circulation continues off towards the east-northeast. They are continuing that PDS for eastern Richardson County, and they're continuing that tornado warning there in Kansas. It is starting to look like what may be happening is that this cell, the cell behind it, may be catching up a little bit more and could be having a little more of a negative effect, at least right now, on this cell, on the main cell near Blue Rapids. A lot of good info. I mean, this structure is still very classic, but it could be starting to eat up a little bit of that RFD. You see how broad that circulation is. It's not as tight as it was before. So spotters are reporting tornadoes near Falls City with the storm, which is quite interesting. I mean, the radar hole isn't really helping us too much with this, but the structure is definitely looking a little bit better. I will say the structure is definitely starting to look more favorable for tornadoes, for a tornado at this time. I'm still trying to see if there's any photos or videos of this tornado. It could also be cycling too, as Livid has mentioned. I kind of see that as well. We're starting to see some new circulation beginning to develop around Barada. So I am not seeing any new photos or videos of this tornado near Falls City. Might be a good sign.
If Blue Rapids isn't producing right now, then I don't know. It's gotta be. Well, honestly, straight through the latest scan and the reflectivity structure is really impressive.
Yeah, that might actually be going again. Looks like it is still kind of working. It's like earlier it kind of looked like it was still very, it was very broad, but that may be continuing to broaden out. But now it may be getting to a little more favorable position for a tornado. I mean, you kind of see that RFD really sort of properly wrapping around it now. Around Blue Rapids, still some very good inflow streaming in as well near Best Wall. So this thing may be going again. May I should be trying again. Looks like Omaha is going to issue a new tornado warning. This is for this cell near Liberty. Yep, they already did that. For this cell here near Liberty. One thing I'm going to do real quick, I'm going to keep it on the Blue Rapids cell, but I'm going to go ahead and take just a quick break to the bathroom. I'll be back in like a minute, and we'll continue our coverage here.
Ooh. No rotation in the upper levels. Nice mezzo on it. I'm looking at Cop Extreme right now, and there isn't much to signal that there is anything on the ground at this time. Could just not. Yeah, no. It's spinning though.
It came back at the
Copic has
right.
some nice rising motion on his stream.
Who?
Copic, he's on this storm.
All right. I think I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna Copic over Freddie McKinney, just because his stream is really struggling. Yeah, tornado is probably fairly imminent with this. I mean, that circulation has really improved from what it looked like just a few moments ago. So I'd probably imagine that this thing is probably moments away from producing a tornado. It did look a little messy earlier, but I think it's been working. It's working well with the other cell again. It isn't really being disrupted by it too much anymore. This cell near Wakefield, it looks like an unfavorable merger occurred here and is now just kind of bowing out. Gusting out. There could still be a tornado that forms on this, but it looks more like a gust signature on that storm right now. But we will, of course, continue to watch it. With the cell up here in about to cross in northwest Missouri, still a decent circulation. Maybe a little bit contam, but it does look like we are still seeing at least a mesocyclone that is capable of producing a tornado. Gosh, I'm stumbling bad. I'll tell you, we've already been live for almost 3 hours, but man, I am rusty at this. This is when you don't stream for a while, you get pretty rusty, and it's just a little bit messy. So apologies for that if I'm a little bit stumbly today. Looks like some lowered CC. Now let me check that out on GR2 real quick in the background. See if that's actually a TDS. No, looks like it's behind the circulation. So that does not indicate to me that that is debris. But obviously we'll keep an eye on that. As far as the Blue Rapids cell, definitely still increasing circulation. In fact, there is a tornado, at least a funnel that is on Reed stream. Looks like Reed does have a funnel on it. Okay, yep, tornado. Tornado on the ground with this storm. So there is now a tornado that is on the ground with the ground circulation on Brandon Copic stream. So we do have a tornado that is down with this storm. So if you were in Blue Rapids, the tornado is practically on top of you. It is passing through Blue Rapids right now. We'll be heading off towards the northeast. So the Weather Service in Kansas City is going to be upgrading this observed tornado warning to PDS for... what's that?
I was just saying it's going to be that one.
Yeah.
Warning. Interesting.
Yeah, for Humboldt.
Omaha has it as PDS, so.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think? Do you think there's still a tornado with that? I mean, it's hard to say, but
I need to look from Omaha, which I doubt there's a tornado with that now.
And really, you know, we have our doubts with some of this stuff, but we still encourage you guys, if you're in a tornado warning, to be in a safe place. Um, you know, it is hard to say exactly what's happening, but they have opted to up this to PDS as confirmed by weather spotters. Looking from Omaha, I mean, yeah, there's still definitely a circulation there. I mean, there is rotation. Evidence of a tornado, very little. I mean, we are looking, in fairness, we are looking about 8,300 feet up. But even in this structure, the circulation is very broad. If there was a strong tornado ongoing, we'd probably be seeing more debris, more evidence of a TDS here. But it's just hard to say. It's hard to say given how high up we're looking. It was definitely a tornado earlier. If nothing else, it was a tornado earlier near Dawson and Salem, Nebraska. Whether there's still one ongoing, it's challenging to say. But there is a tornado that is ongoing with this Blue Rapid storm over here in Kansas. Let's see. See if I can get a newer scan in. And yes, I do. No TDS visible, but at least given by the chaser streams, there wasn't a lot of debris that was being lofted with this storm, so I'm not surprised by the lack of a TDS. But there is still that circulation right there. So the circulation, the tornado is now past Blue Rapids, but we'll be nearing the town of Frankfort and eventually coming up towards Beatty here in the next little bit. So if you're between Blue Rapids and Beatty and north of Frankfort and southeast of Marysville, you need to be in a safe place, as there is still a tornado that is likely ongoing. I don't see a tornado on these chaser streams right now. Of course, they're kind of facing a little bit away from it, but there could still be one down. Let's just assume that there is still one down with this. Looking off Brandon Stream, there is at least still a funnel that is down. And yeah, let's say that funnel does descend to the ground. So there is still a tornado with this storm, for sure. Also, if you haven't already, probably would not hurt, even though it's questionable if there's a tornado on that. Make a post on Twitter, just kind of updating that. Say there may still be a tornado down with that storm, and that those should be sheltered. Because yeah, I mean, it's just really hard to tell. We're in between two radars. The minimum beam height's 8,000 feet. So it's just very challenging to say. The cell to the west, not looking all that robust. There is circulation there, but it is fairly broad, fairly weak. Maybe a bit more stable air. Maybe not enough stable air to really kill it, but enough stable air that may cause the cell to... let me go over here to GR2. That may cause the cell to struggle. As it is in a little more stable environment, as the air has been worked over a little bit. But we'll still monitor it and see how that goes. While I am... Again, I don't know what's happened with...
Looks like that's probably a TDS on there. On Blue Rapids now.
Alright. We'll check that and give me just 1 second.
Everybody's chaser feeds are looking like they are filming on toasters, but...
That
Service is not great over there.
that does happen. Just kind of happens in low cell service areas where you just kind of get some poor coverage, some poor cell coverage. But yep, that would be a TDS there, just east of Best Wall. So this tornado is still down. At least was. I mean, its read stream is running at about 1 frame per whenever. Brandon stream just has radar. We're just kind of guessing in the wind here. It's pretty uncertain. But that velocity couplet does scream active tornado. There is a gate-to-gate couplet, pretty strong, well-balanced to circulation. A little bit broad, but still broad overall, but still a tronic circulation nonetheless. Omaha has brought that tornado warning in on the Nebraska side down to radar indicated. We'll see if Kansas City does the same thing too. But I am definitely gonna be interested in to see how the surveys go with this. I will definitely say I expect something around Dawson, Salem, and probably a tornado that occurred near Du Bois and Pawnee City. But there's just so much that we just don't know, given the poor radar coverage. But man, the structure on that Blue Rapids cell is fairly impressive, I must say. It's actually pretty decent looking. It looks like it is probably about to get another sort of merger into its inflow. So this thing could continue for quite some time as we see that cell merging in. As a cell to the west kind of gets sort of fully absorbed, we don't know exactly how long this tornado will continue, but so far it's aided the cell fairly well. And that little tiny TDS is still there, west of Frankfurt. Frankfurt. There we go. I can actually say words now. Yeah, there is still a ground circulation evident on this storm here. So, for those around Frankfurt and Beatty, you need to remain in your safe place until the storm passes. There is still a ground circulation evident with this tornado. It's fairly weak. Fairly small, but that can change. This thing can strengthen in a matter of moments. So there is a little bit of debris flying around, mostly leaves, a little bit of dirt. What I'm seeing from read stream, but even Brandon's in the tornado now, and he's just getting pelted by leaves. Huge glorified leaf NATO happening right now. The tornado is a tornado when you think about it. Fairly large general circulation too. I mean, the circulation of this tornado, as I'm seeing on Chaser streams, is still fairly large. And man, I wish Cameron had his feet up, man, because I know he's on the storm. He's probably seeing a very similar thing too, but. He's been having a lot of technical difficulties today, so it's been impossible to get his feet up. But it's all right. It's stuff happens. It is what it is. There is a traffic camera in Beatty that is facing towards, not currently facing towards the storm, but is facing north, but could potentially get an angle of view into this storm. So we'll see if perhaps we can get a view. But the problem is right now it's in very heavy rain. It's in very heavy rain. So even if the camera is turned more southwest, it is it's not going to see anything. It's just going to see rain and maybe a little bit of hail. But if we continue to see that clear slot before the tornado, maybe we could see something in the next few minutes. But its structures overall seem to become a little bit more messy. Not that it's necessarily destroying a tornado, but it is becoming a little more messy. It is not as structurally sound as it was earlier. And by the way, just of notes, the Saint Libory tornado from yesterday has been rated a high-end EF3 with winds of 160. That was a 6-mile tornado that destroyed several homes. Miraculously, no fatalities or injuries were reported with that tornado, but just a quick note that yesterday we did have an intense tornado occur in Nebraska. So, a high-end EF3 with that. Alright, so, goodness. Still a really small TDS on that. Really just a lot of whoa. Okay. Looking at Brandon's stream, there's still a tornado down. It's very wispy, very erratic too. But there is still a tornado down with that. It does look larger than it was earlier. In fact, Brandon's now behind the Dominator, so that's interesting, but the new tornado warning has been issued. They extended the PDS. Excuse me. Interestingly, they extended the PDS there in northwestern Missouri. But also, a new tornado warning has been issued in Iowa for a circulation, at least a broad circulation, that is near Shamball. So, for those in Quitman, Skidmore, Maryville, Pickering, Missouri, you're under a PDS tornado warning for the possibility of a tornado. This is a radar indicated PDS, so there's no confirmation of a tornado, but the circulation is deemed to be fairly strong as approaching those areas. And up here in Newmarket, Gravity, and Bedford, Iowa, there is at least a fairly broad area where there could be some rotation in that area. So if you're in any of those areas we called out, or I called out, be in a safe place. New tornado warning in Kansas. This is an extension of the blob in a broad circulation near Wakefield and Riley. This is a circulation that may produce a tornado. Tornado warning that includes Leonardville, Randolph, and Westmoreland, Kansas. So if you're in any of those areas, be in a safe place.
They extended the PDS in Missouri to include Maryville.
Yeah, I mentioned that it's radar indicated now. So they don't have any
radar indicated PDS.
Yeah, it's an RIPDS, but still a very interesting situation up there. But regardless, we do encourage you guys to be in a safe place with that. Still a tornado down with this storm. I mean, I'm seeing it on Brandon's stream. I see it on Reed's stream. Brandon is following the Dominator. Shame on him. No, I'm joking. They're both very experienced storm chasers. And someone who has stopped halfway on the side of the road. Just a little PSA and rant. I know it's it's hard, to get quickly off the side of the road, especially if the roads are, especially if the grass is muddy. You don't want to get stuck. I get it. But at the same time, you've got to be careful. I mean, we have so many chasers nowadays. It's just, there's honestly too many of them. I get people's passion and all of it. It's like convergence and recklessness have become major problems in the community, and it needs to be, not as any way to enforce it all the way, but it's a problem. And it's just, chasers, you've got to be careful. You really have got to be careful and be smart. You can't just be doing the dumb things that I see all the time on Twitter. Um, so no TS on it now, but given what we see on chaser feeds, there's still likely a tornado in progress with this. Still a fairly tight couplet, although it is sort of shrinking a little bit. It's not as big as it was a couple scans ago, and it's definitely rain wrapped. So the structure of this is starting to become a lot messier, as I noted a few minutes ago, but not as tornado, whatever tornado is there, is rain wrapped. Okay, so a quick update on the PDS train warnings in Missouri. Very broad circulation. I mean, this thing is, it's remained broad for a while. In fact, this thing may not have produced a tornado within the. This thing may have been tornado free for the past 30 minutes. Who knows? We don't know. In fact, I haven't seen any new photos, videos, reports, comments on this thing for a while. So, hoping that's a good thing. But of course, we'll know what damage surveys or anything that comes out later. And Andrew Messersmith did have that tornado near Verdon, Nebraska. So that was up here. So that was had to have been with this cell. So if he's with Matt Amon, that had tornado here, that was definitely this lead cell, and it was not with the cell behind it. There's a new MCD that has been issued for parts of the risk area. Can it stop doing that, please? Goodness me, man. The SPC is continuing to highlight the okay, I just got to get rid of that at this point. Parts of Kansas, Nebraska, and Missouri for the primary tornado risk over the next couple of hours. In fact, it looks like that alpha boundary has definitely played a huge role in today as far as being an enhancer. That likely contributed big time to that tornado down here near, I keep forgetting the town names, Salem and Dawson, Nebraska. So there's that. But you can see the very tight circulation on this on the Blue Rapid storm from Omaha. So there's still a circulation there with that, and more than likely still a tornado there, just very rain wrapped. So again, those around Beatty, Frankfurt, Reedsville, and Winifred need to remain in a safe place at this time until the storm passes. So, okay, it is going on 6 o'clock Central Time. We're still in the midst of a severe weather outbreak. We have 13 severe warnings and 9 tornado warnings. I'll go ahead and just kind of zoom out, just give you guys kind of a view of what's going on. All of the cells up here in eastern Nebraska, except for the one near Pawnee City, those are all elevated. Those are producing hail and damaging winds, not a concern for tornadoes. Again, the primary tornado risk is right in here. So this is where we're mostly concerned. Actually, I probably should do this. This is where we're most concerned about tornadoes, is within this region here. That is our main area of focus. Down to the south, you mainly have concerns for wind and hail. These storms have been undercut by the cold front, and they're in an unfavorable environment for tornadoes. But interestingly, I've seen dust storm warnings, but I haven't seen a dust storm advisory. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, these storms in South Oklahoma are going to be hail. It's just too hot and too dry for tornadoes in that area. Let's check out the environment though. Actually, I really screwed up because I have another board for that and I just selected the wrong thing. I have a board specifically just for an environment. Let's check out the STP. We'll take off the radar here. So yeah, still a very favorable environment. STP values around 3 to 5. Seeing those, let's just pick a Hearst sounding here. Okay, maybe not that one. See, that's not contaminated. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, deep layer shear, really not all that impressive. It's been fairly lackluster today, and that's likely what's inhibited storms, at least robust storms, from developing ahead of the cold front. I mean, the storm that produced a tornado in Nebraska earlier, that was one of those that was one of those prefrontal cells, but we haven't seen a lot of them. And just forcing is just really not all that high. It's all that great for supercells. You can see the oh, I guess I can't draw on here. Okay. But a lot of instability, still a decent amount of low-level shear that is in place across the region. But if we take a look here at 5 millbar winds, that better forcing just displays to the north. There's just not a lot of forcing down here across northeast Kansas. A lot of that forcing is just north and along the cold front. Does look a little better at 7 millibars, but still. But the LOJ is still fairly robust. In fact, that will continue to increase through the afternoon and evening hours. If we take a look here at reflectivity, we'll sort of see these storms grow upscale. In fact, we're already kind of seeing that now. We're already seeing that line develop across northeast Kansas. The wind threat will increase as well. As far as the wind gust potential here, I don't think this is my wind gust cover table? I don't think this is. Explains why. Well, I guess it is. Some of these storms may kill producing 50, 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts tonight. So for those northwest Missouri, especially the Kansas City area, Topeka, down to the south, you do have the potential to see severe wind gusts tonight and potentially a few more tornadoes as well. So we will definitely keep an eye on that over the next few hours. So, all right. Taking a look back at this Beatty storm, see if we have any CC. Still no TDS on that, but may still be a tornado down with that. It's hard to say. Circulation's pretty broad. I'm figuring that this storm is probably coming to the end of its life. Maybe not the storm, but the tornadic part of the storm may be starting to kind of come to an end here. The Weather Service in Kansas City has opted to downgrade that PDS down to just a radar indicated. They have downgraded that to a base radar indicated tornado warning. The strain warnings still continue in Iowa with an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust, but an 84-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported. Let's see. Do we have? I guess we don't have that in the warning text. But this segment here in Southwest Iowa is producing destructive wind gusts up to 85 miles an hour. So I'm going to take just a quick break to go down and see what's going on downstairs real quick. I'll be back in just a moment. If Mason has anything, he should be able to pass it along. I'll be back in just 1 minute.
Let's see. A wind gust of 84 miles per hour was recorded in Page County, Iowa, north of Shambaugh. That warning now has a destructive on it from both Des Moines and Omaha. Destructive for Taylor County. So if you're in Bedford, you're also in a tornado warning if you're in Bedford. So make sure you are in your tornado safe place. But very strong to destructive winds are likely as well, even if you do not get a tornado. Anything else really going across the country? There is some flash flooding going in the St. Louis area as well. Of course, you have the main risk area in Kansas. Really broad circulation by Winifred from that storm that produced a tornado earlier by the Rapids. Don't really see much in the way of a tornado threat with this storm near Randolph, heading towards Westmoreland and Oldsburg, but definitely could still spin up a brief tornado or two in the short term. But it's kind of getting more of a damaging wind threat, especially the further south you go, like towards Junction City, all the way down towards, especially towards the Wichita area, you have more of a damaging wind threat over there, as those storms down south are still undercut by the cold front. So strong winds, strong to severe winds, and some hail are the main hazards down there in the Wichita area. Within the next 1 to 2 hours, storm should be getting there. New tornado warning extension for the Pawnee City cell, which now includes Table Rock, Humboldt, Verdon, and Schubert in Nebraska till 7 p.m. So for the next hour and 1 minute. What did Star say he was going to do? I don't remember. DAT. I'm gonna look at that. Let me pull up the DAT. The EF3 from yesterday is now on the DAT. So once Star gets back, I'll let him know and see if. Oh, perfect timing. The EF3 from yesterday is on the DAT now. Levitt said too.
I guess
I was just mentioning pretty much everything that is happening
gotcha.
across the area.
Appreciate that. Yeah, well, I'll take a look at that in just a second. Just want to give an update on just kind of a radar update. Yeah, I guess I didn't really, nothing really developed. I'm just looking interesting on near Table Rock, Nebraska, that new tornado warning. Maybe you want to watch that one, if that organizes, but I guess we'll see.
Also, I did note earlier when you were gone, but that cluster down in South Iowa and North Missouri has been really producing some big wind reports recently.
Yeah, 84-mile-per-hour wind gust in the area. So, kind of like yesterday, the wind event is higher than the SPC has forecasted, which it has been kind of modeled for a little while, but it's what it is. Yeah, I guess we can, while we're kind of in a lull, aren't really any tornadoes ongoing at this time. There's tornado warnings, but there aren't any actual tornadoes on the ground. Here is the let me actually do something real quick. Give me one quick second as I figure out why the heck. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to the warning banner, why it just completely got messed up earlier, but it is what it is. Let's see, this is the site of the EF3 damage from the St. Library tornado yesterday in Nebraska. Fairly high-end EF3. We have a newer home construction. We can take a look at probably some of the photos. But this is that's the track. So 6-mile track, not very long tracked, but still an EF3. Yeah, that looks like a new construction there. Anchoring there, but home swept away. But new doesn't necessarily always mean better. But this was one of the high-end DIs, so I think we had a couple more. We also had the tornado near Hendon survey. That was an EF1. That was the one that had a Tory on it yesterday. And an EFU northwest of Grand Island. And I think those are the only... Okay, no, there are some tornadoes here in northern Missouri. That occurred... No, that's from Saturday, right? Tornadoes in Missouri? Yeah, that was from Saturday.
Yeah.
And then we should be seeing some tornadoes on the DAT from Iowa yesterday. The QLCS did QLCS things. So, 15 SIG verified. SIG verified. That overperformed from the SPC's forecast. Kind of was more in line with our expectations. Quantitatively, we're not sure. We don't know exactly how that evolved quantitatively. QLCS probably carried a lot of the tornado count yesterday, but that's that. So, okay. So yeah, it looks like we may be in a part of the event where we're now starting to kind of see that more upscale growth. We still have some supercell structures, some supercell elements in here. One in Nebraska, one in Missouri, maybe even Iowa, and a couple down here in Kansas. But we're seeing more of a line, and we're seeing these storms start to become pretty gusty. The storm that produced a tornado, at least it seemed kind of long tracked. Quite frankly, it seemed like it was pretty long lived, but was mostly just a ground circulation for most of its life. It appeared on the chaser streams. But that has now turned into a big old gust segment as those storms have kind of merged into sort of a cluster towards messy line type of structure. But for the most part, the I do suspect that we are definitely getting into more of a greater wind threat with these storms. Let's take a look at the environment. I'll use mesoscale analysis for this. There is the upper trough, and yeah, you can definitely see that we're definitely starting to get some more linear segments up here. The wind threat's definitely increasing there in central Kansas, south central Kansas. We'll start to see some more upscale growth occur there in northeast Kansas. And then continue to see a wind threat there across parts of Iowa and Missouri. Still a lot of instability out there. 5,000 Cape there in northeast Kansas. Some inhibition ahead of the storms likely due to anvil shielding. Keeping starting to kind of get some of the inhibition down. Also maybe some drier air. Temperature dew point spread's not that bad. 14 there at Topeka. 13 there to the south. I'm not sure what site that is. South of Topeka. That would be Humboldt. Humboldt is that site. But temp dew spreads. There's in fact there's 23 there at Wichita. So that's interesting. But
Here are storm reports if you want. So far.
I'll show this in a second. STP up there near 9. Actually, no, at 9 there in northeast Kansas, southeast Nebraska. So the environment very highly sheared, very unstable. That's just a raw combination of ingredients that supports intense tornadoes, even violent tornadoes. But the problem is, the good news is the storm mode is starting to transition more to that linear mode. So the ceiling of the tornado threat maybe starting to kind of go down as we start to see the upscale growth. There is still the potential for strong to intense tornadoes this evening and into tonight, but the threat will kind of diminish as we transition to a more linear mode. We can look at the storm reports for today. But this is yesterday, by the way. 32 tornado reports, a lot of those related to the QLCS in Iowa. But here so far today, a lot of wind reports over there in the Midwest. So that's with the MCS that tracked across the Midwest or the plains last night. Into today it weakened in parts of Iowa and Illinois, but then re-strengthened as instability developed across parts of Indiana and Michigan. In fact, a little shape I noticed here. You see the wind reports in northeast Iowa, and then the hail report around that report kind of looks like a little face there. I'm weird like that, but 11:20 reports so far today. A lot of SIG wind reports already developing across Nebraska and Iowa. At least performed better than May 2019. Well, May 20th had an EF3. Will today have an EF3? We don't know. But yeah, I do think we are starting to see that transition into a more linear mode. I would watch what happens with this cell near Frankfurt. If it remains discrete, which is questionable, that could be an area to watch for tornadoes. Of course, we'll watch that cell in southeast Nebraska, but this storm could become a little more elevated. I say could, but of course we will watch it. So, I think this is an opportune time to perhaps say the words that Mason hates hearing, but take a little bit of a dinner break. So, I will be back in the next, give it 15, 20 minutes. And yeah. One thing I do have to do, though, I do have to kind of put on like a BRB text.
What is, let's see, Winfred?
So, all right. I will be back in a little bit.
Let's see. Kind of in a radar hole in northwest Missouri and southwest Iowa. So can't really see much over there. Guys, I can look from Omaha. There's definitely probably some hail there too. Heading for Bedford, some severe wind gusts and some large hail. It's warned for ping pong ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Tornadoes also possible over there as well. You just can't really see much rotation from at least Omaha, as it's looking like 8,000 feet up. So any brief tornadoes that occur over there are not really going to be picked up by the radar. So if you're in those tornado warnings, make sure to seek shelter still until they expire. And as I mentioned earlier, it does look like we're starting to get that upscale growth in Kansas. So a damaging wind threat should be increasing with the threat for even some SIG wind gust reports as well. Shoot, I accidentally opened up. Okay. We have some strong winds and large hail likely entering the Wichita area soon. And they're over Hutchinson right now. Train spotters report 70-mile-per-hour winds there. Probably a nice shelf for that though. Nothing at this current moment is striking me as imminent tornado wise. So that's good. New tornado watch 227 until 6Z. Let's see where that's at once it pops up on NWS tornado. It's for portions of Kansas and Missouri, which is going to include the Kansas City area. A couple strong tornadoes possible, so I would assume it's a 50-30 watch for tornadoes. Scattered hail up to 2-inch possible, and scattered gusts up to 75 miles per hour likely. I'm gonna get started. Show that once he comes back from dinner, which is gonna be probably in a while. So, but I'm sure I'm gonna repost it if it hasn't been reposted already on the Weather Track account. Okay, I just reposted that on the Weather Track account. So if anybody wants to see where the watch is right now, instead of waiting for Star, just go look at the Twitter, and it's gonna be there. Well, I should have looked at the stream. You see the tornado watch on the stream. Just can't see the southern edge of it, but most of it you can see. No, that's a 50-40 watch, excuse me. 60-60 wind and 50-40 hail. The damage and wind threat is really going to be increasing over the next couple of hours into the Kansas City metro. Hmm. Yeah, it does some pretty intense tree damage with the tornado in Blue Rapids. And some debarking of trees, it looks like. Fix.
I'm not even gonna lie. I am about to lose it over this program.
Oh, you're finally back.
This warning program is freaking terrible. Alright, well. Okay. Anyways. So, let's see. Have I missed anything other than upscale
No.
growth? Okay. Cool. So yeah, it's about pretty much all we've got going on. A new tornado watch.
Oh yeah, I mentioned that.
That's our tornado watch area across parts of Kansas and Missouri. This is just downstream of the ongoing watch. But the thing is about today, with today's PDS watch, we actually had tornadoes in it on like April 27th. Of this year, I should mention. It's just important note. So today had tornadoes. We don't know the intensity. I mean, as far as what we could tell outside of the one that was in southeast Nebraska, most of the tornadoes, at least the few that occurred in Kansas, seem to be maybe on the weaker end, on the lower end. But it's not unusual that more tornadoes come up after a few days of surveys and all that, and stuff like that. But of course we'll you just continue to monitor and see how things continue on throughout the evening. I'm currently trying to apply another fix to see if I can fix the warning ticker thing. This is one of the advantages of having your own programs, of making stuff yourself and for yourself, is that you get to do whatever you want with it. I mean, it's just, you get to do whatever you want, get customized the way you like and all that, and it works. But the problem is that when something doesn't work, when it starts breaking, it's up to you to figure it out. Or, if you vibe code, like, kind of what I did for most of the warning banner, you just got to figure it out. You can't just go on GitHub and, or talk to the developer, and say, hey, I've got this issue, you've got to figure it out. But that's what it is. I will take having our own stuff, and dealing with the issues over having to deal with some third party. If I can avoid a third party for something, I will do it. Obviously, the Reddit that you've been seeing most of the stream is from Agrosera. We are partnered with them. We partnered with them for over a year, I think, about over a year, something like that. Quite some time, and they've come a long way from when we started working with them, or at least when I started, using them, and we started working with them. They have come a long way. It is now, I would say, probably the best program for from models and radar. There's still some positives that Jira 2 has over Agrosera. Jira 2 is just snap fast. It just works. But for making model graphics, all the model graphics you see on Twitter, unless we're using Pivotal, because we need something quick, Agrosera is a program we use. I'm not saying it's because we get paid. I'm saying it's because I legitimately use it. In all the time, as long as I am owning this group, as long as I am the leader of this group, I will not promote something if I'm not the one using it and enjoying it. I will only promote and use or partner with the things that I like to use. So, Inauguraso has been that amazing program. But we utilize all the tools we can. We can't just keep it to one tool. It's kind of like models. The HRRR is great, is an amazing cam, but we also use the other cams, the RFS for what it's worth. We use the 12 kilometer name and GFS. We use all these different tools for a reason. They each serve a different purpose. So, I don't necessarily, like to keep it to one entire, only one program. I'm gonna make a tweet here real quick, but then I'll come back. So, okay, let's see. Let's hope now that the problem is fixed with the warning banner.
Some strong wind zone going near Junction City. You're getting like pixels of 95 to 100 at 1,400 feet above ground level.
Looks like I did manage to fix it. Give me 2 quick seconds. Let me refresh this. See if it works. Yes, it looks like I did fix it. Okay. Give me 2 quick seconds. I'll be back. I just need to work on something real quick. Alright. Looks like I did actually finally fix the banner. Alright, we good. Okay. Yeah, pretty good sort of bow segment developing around Manhattan or on the I-70 corridor. Some areas embedded within that line could be producing gusts up to 75 miles an hour. I haven't seen any reports out of Junction City area yet, but I might be surprised if that is producing some 6 severe gusts. Let's go into Nebraska. Just kind of a broad mezzo there. No indication of a tornado with that. So damaging wind threats probably increasing across parts of Iowa with that line. No severe warnings on it at this time, at least on the northern section of it around Greenfield and Stewart, but down in the south still dealing with 67-mile-per-hour wind gusts in that area. So continue to watch that. Pretty stout outflow boundary on the storms in southern Kansas. Probably some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts ongoing there. It is warned for 70 and also golf ball sized hail. That'll be coming to Wichita within the next. If we can see if we can do a storm track on here. We'll mark the outflow boundary. This has got to, okay, this is actually really weird. Alright, so assuming this is correct, could be in Wichita within the next half hour, assuming a correct storm motion, about 34 miles an hour to the southeast. Although, then again, I do have a feeling, yeah, I don't think those times are correct by any means. Let's just see if we can get a little better storm track on here with that. Let's see if we can just pull it over here by chance. Sorry, do we have a storm motion? I'm actually just learning the system here. I really am.
Got a report from Manhattan. 80 to 85 mile per hour winds. Seems like.
Oh yeah, that would probably check out. Yeah, definitely some strong downbursts occurring within this line. I mean, even here on Junction City, I mean, goodness, it is about 1,500 feet off the ground, but radar was measuring about 80 to 90 mile per hour velocities around Junction City earlier. And that's the type of thing we'll see today. I mean, most areas, there's a new considerable severe. Most areas tonight that get impacted by this line are going to see mainly gusts between 40 and 60. Not everyone's even going to see severe winds, but there may be some areas within the line where you could have those 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts. And that's kind of why I've been sort of, really kind of on the train of probably wouldn't be a bad idea for the SPC to upgrade wind probabilities today. Even though, the significant wind reports may be more isolated or widely scattered, still, that's still could be a high impact event for some areas. Both reported a 67 mile per hour wind gust east of Manhattan. I'm not going to do the meme. Don't ask me. Not going to happen. But these are some pretty beefy line segments in Kansas this evening, and I think they're only going to intensify as they continue to move eastward. Instability will gradually wane through the evening, but still, wind shear is going to remain fairly strong. These are going to remain bound to the cold front, where forcing is going to be more than enough to keep these storms alive. And anywhere where we have the parts of the line that are more oriented with respect to the wind shear, the wind profiles, those are going to be areas where we're going to see the maximum wind and embedded tornado threat with these storms. Now, areas that have already exhausted the outflow boundary, which isn't surprising that happened this early on, given the fact that, again, the air is still fairly dry at the surface. But areas that have already seen an outflow boundary ahead of the storms, the tornado threat is fairly low. We don't expect much of a tornado threat with those storms that already have the distant outflow boundary. But storms that don't, haven't exhausted that already, we could see that tornado threat quite a bit higher. So that is something to consider over the next few hours as this line continues east. Currently, Brandon Kopic has an impressive shelf. He is ahead of the. He is in. He's on 21 storm in northern Kansas. He's on this one right here. He's near Sabathan. He's got a shelf. So that storm with the shelf, not entirely non-tornadic, but whenever you start to see that more more shelfy structure, oh, looks like it's Ryan Shaw. When you start to see that more shelfy structure, you can infer more damaging winds over tornadoes in that instance. And I think that is very true with this case. So, many areas you're going to be dealing with damaging winds this evening. With the line, double click to the end. Double click. Oh, that's okay. Also, sorry that I saw your reply your comment a little too late. Like, there's still things like I know the general use of the program, but man, I kind of there's some things I'm like, what is going on? Okay, so it's double click. Okay. I'm gonna go along the outflow boundary since you can still see. There we go. Goodness. Okay. Okay, that is still a little bit not quite what I wanted to draw. This is really cool though. More programs really need a good storm track tool. Here we go. It's estimated about 45 in the southeast. So depending on the outflow boundary, could arrive around Wichita area in about 15 or so minutes, around 7:08 to 7:10. Again, these are approximate arrival times, not guaranteed times. This is over the next couple of hours as this severe line of storms continues to track towards the east-southeast tonight. 67 per hour wind gust going to be the main concern there, but I'm not really too concerned about tornadoes with this line, given, again, it's still dry conditions. We do have a confirmed tornado warning in Iowa near Mount Air. I'm still using my GR2 hotkeys for this. Let's see. So when it pops up here, we can hopefully see that. There we go. So this is a weather spotter reported tornado near Blockton. Just a few moments ago. Oh, yep, that would be it right there. There is your tornado. Likely dissipated at this point, but that would more than likely be your tornado right there. Let's see if it lofted any debris. I don't see a debris signature, so maybe it wasn't on the ground for very long and probably didn't hit all that much. But that velocity signature is very indicative of a tornado with that storm. So this is a confirmed tornado warning for Blockton, Benton, Delphos, and Mount Air, Iowa. This tornado warning will go until 7:30 Central Time. So whatever tornado is there, if that circulation was it has probably lifted by now. But man, that hurts. I've been talking a little too long. My upper throat's starting to really hurt. Like, I mean, really hurt. That was painful. if that was a tornado, it's probably lifted by now, but there is still an area of circulation, so I would still be sheltered if you are in this tornado warning. Remain there until the storm passes, as there could still be the threat for damaging winds as well. Um, um, yeah, so they're continuing to observe 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts on this line segment here in northeast Kansas around the Manhattan area and areas off to the east. So the warning is still warning for 70, but there are definitely areas where there are 80 mile per hour gusts ongoing. It's should be relatively isolated, scattered, more like in this segment here. So around the I-70 corridor, around Alma, McFarland, Waubonsee, and Newbury. That's going to be the area of concern as far as the greatest threat for damaging winds. And maybe up here too. Of course, we're kind of at an awkward angle of the radar where we're shooting across from of the storms. We're not getting that good view of the winds out of the storm. So I don't think winds are this weak in this portion of the storm around Louisville or Louisville, however they pronounce it. It's pronounced Louisville in Mississippi, Louisville in Kentucky. It's a weird thing. But it may not look all that strong on radar, but there could still be some strong severe gusts within that. Maybe Kansas City will give us a better angle. Yeah. Okay. Maybe a little bit of a mark signature developing there on the northern end of that line. So that can indicate that, that could indicate there are some severe wind gusts going, at least at the upper levels, because we don't exactly know what's going down near the ground. I haven't seen too many reports. Let's see. Okay, there's a destructive severe. They have finally issued that destructive severe for the southern part of this line segment. I'm just trying to see the reports. But yeah, at least as far as what I am aware of, the destructive wind gusts are all from the southern half of this line, not from the northern part of the line. So there could still be some strong gusts on the northern half of the line, but the main concern is down south, where we now have a destructive severe warning for areas north and west of Topeka. So if you're in the Topeka area, you're not in this warning right now, but you do need to be aware within the next 30 minutes to an hour for potential of some destructive wind gusts up to 80, maybe even 85 miles an hour. We have had at least some indication by radar that some of those gusts could have been up to 90, but no official reports of that. Spotters, have reported gusts up to 80 to 85, but nothing much higher than that right now, at least officially. The report of a tornado near Blockton is legitimate. I think radar has told a pretty good story of that tornado near Platteville and Blockton, but that has, of course, since dissipated. So, still being a safe place, this storm could wrap up again. It has potential to. So, Mount Air, Diagonal, and other areas within this confirmed tornado warning should remain sheltered. But for the time being, I don't think the storm is producing a tornado right now. Also, I believe at least 3 of these tornado warnings in Nebraska no longer exist. Yeah. fact, yeah. So 3 of these. So the one for Auburn, Humboldt, Stella. Those are not in effect anymore. It's only the Falls City one and the one in Kansas that are still in effect at this time. I would encourage maybe if Livid is listening, maybe in a few minutes mention the destructive segment heading close to Topeka. We'll to give them a heads up about the destructive wind threat. And also, I'll say too, with this line segment, a lot of your wind is going to be with that alpha boundary. So it's going to be very brief before the storm winds even get to you with the segment down here in southern Kansas. But it does also look like there could still also be some severe gusts within the storms themselves. They haven't completely exhausted all that outflow yet. But you're really going to have 2 rounds of wind here. You're going to have a round 1 with the outflow boundary and the other round or continuation of that wind threat within the storms themselves. Okay, well, Livid is 2 steps ahead of me. But again, unless we really see some mesoscale interactions come together, I don't think the tornado threat is all that elevated with these storms. Later on, as these storms continue to organize, that is a possibility. We could begin to see an increase in the tornado threat. But as of right now, with these storms still kind of being fresh as far as them being in a linear mode, I don't think the tornado threat's all that high. But those in the Kansas City area, if you're watching from the Kansas City area, you should be prepared for the potential of not just damaging winds, but embedded tornadoes. Now, of course, the tornado threat, when it comes to these embedded linear tornadoes, they're generally pretty short-lived, generally pretty weak, but they're still tornadoes. So you need to be taking them seriously. Dang. I am curious. I'm curious what the surveys are going to be from the tornadoes or tornado in Nebraska, southeast Nebraska, or with that Torrey and then the one that crossed into Nebraska. But this is a screenshot. I'm not sure if you guys can see this. You know what? Actually, it's on Twitter. I can just look. I can show you guys here on Twitter itself. This is. I was talking about this earlier, but this has been quite a problem recently. It's like, we can't stop anyone. We can't enforce anyone to not chase. But this is becoming a problem. This is really becoming a problem. I understand the thrill of it. I completely understand. I don't want people to not be enthused and passionate about weather. But honestly, if you're going to be chasing, if you're going to be out there, do the right thing. I get it can be a stressful situation. Sometimes you got to escape storms, and sometimes you got to catch up to them and make some moves. But follow the law. Respect other drivers, whether they're chasers or residents or tourists, whatever they are. Just be a good person and just be respectful of all your chasers. Convergence is one thing, but being reckless and being stupid is another. Don't be stupid when chasing. Have fun, chase, whether you're doing it for science or, doing it for just, the looks, whatever. just do the right thing. Just learn how to drive. We do have a new tornado warning up there in northwest Iowa. This is sorry, not northwest Iowa. My bad. Northwest Missouri. They just continued that tornado warning as observed there in Iowa. This storm looks interesting. Fairly broad mezzo, but might be a storm to watch as well. As far as the storm in Iowa, this thing might try again. I do note that as well. But it's in a really, really cluster storm mode. It is in a really messy situation, but we'll see what happens. If we can get this thing to organize a little more, it could produce another tornado. So that's why it's suggested here, if you're in a tornado warning, I would even say if you're in Tingley or Elston, in northeastern, I want to say, this is northeastern Ringgold County. If you're in northeastern Ringgold County in southwest Iowa, go ahead and be in a safe place. Even if there's no tornado threat here, let's just, if there's not, you still have the threat for damaging winds and large hail. It's just best to be in a safe place from that. So take the storm seriously, be in a safe place, and this storm will be out of here in a few minutes. And that's the one thing about these high shear days in the plains is that storm motions are still relatively quick. They're not Dixie quick. They're certainly not Dixie quick, but they're still relatively fast. So you don't have the most amount of lead time in the world, but you also don't have as much storm time. Like, you're not dealing with storms for an hour straight. Compared to a lot of events, a lot of more subtle events with weaker flow, and especially as you get later in the year, as you get towards June when storm motions really slow down. These are still pretty quick movers. I mean, let's see. The line itself here in northeast Kansas, the one for 80 mile per hour winds, is moving east at 60, approximately at 60 miles an hour. These are pretty quick. So they're also issuing these warnings pretty far out. So you've got plenty of time to get to a safe place when storms are issued. So there's no issue with lead time now. I would like to see an extension for the storms there in southern Kansas in a little bit, especially with that outflow boundary still probably producing some strong severe wind gusts. Probably wise for an extension here in a little bit, but we should see that any moment. So let's save. Okay, no. I remember I was a few scans behind, so I was a bit worried that maybe I didn't quite get that warning in, but turns out it did. Yeah, fairly broad circulation near Fairfax, but that could be a storm to watch. Michigan had 40 severe warnings today. Wow. Quite a win event. Honestly, I'd say that probably deserved a 30 sig up there at least. Wow. Let's see. Where's the report map? Here we go. That's yesterday. Here are the reports so far today. 168 wind reports. Looks like at least 5 or 6 of them, the SIGWIN reports, are up in the Midwest, and a few others are there in Kansas and Nebraska and Iowa. But so far, 15 tornado reports today. I'm sure some of them are from the same tornado, but honestly, that by no means a bust. But really, I would say so far today, things have kind of performed about as expected. The ceiling, the ceiling probably wasn't met, but we definitely still had a few tornadoes today. Perhaps maybe one or two strong, at least. But it performed where expected, when expected, and storm evolution kind of actually stayed discreet for a little bit longer than I expected. It's only got linear about 45 minutes ago. So, but that window for higher end tornadoes is pretty much just about closed. There could still be some activity up here in the Missouri Valley, up here in northwest Missouri, southern Iowa, where we do have a little bit of storm mode out there with still a lot of shear. And gosh, that's not my speech impediment. That is just a lot of saliva mixed up there. We still have a lot of shear and instability up there, so still a decent environment for tornadoes there. But now the outfall boundary is pushing through the radar site at Topeka site. If we can get the latest data, here we go. Still, again, the greatest threat for winds is going to be on the southern end of this line. This is where I'd maybe watch for not a lot of circulation on it. Maybe this is where we kind of watch on the sort of northern end of the outfall boundaries where some of the storms embedded within the line try to kink out a little bit. That's where you could see some tornadic activity develop, but other than that, most of the line should just be a wind threat. Straight line wind threat. Not much of a tornado threat. Other than that, new tornado warning in Iowa, as they've extended that warning. Radar indicated this one. And yeah, that circulation definitely has become very disorganized. That looks like mostly an outflow segment to me. Not much of a circulation there. And that will probably continue for some time. These storms to the north there are approaching the Des Moines area, the I-35 corridor. These storms are not severe. These storms are definitely below severe limits, at least, yeah. So, there could be some areas where you could see some maybe 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts, but remember, severe warnings is 58 mile per hour winds or greater. That's the 21 that was just issued in Iowa. But these storms should not be severe. They may, if you leave your lawn chair out, it could blow your lawn chair over, but it's not going to pick up and throw it into your neighbor's yard. That's not going to happen here. Is it a Terrar? Oh, it is a Terrar. Okay. I guess Aguacero treated as a radar indicator. Okay, my fault. This is a confirmed tornado warning that they've extended into Mount Air, Kellerton, and Grand River. That's my fault. I did not mean to be misleading there. I guess it just... I think someone in the support server reported that this was an issue where some confirmed tornado warnings didn't have the correct styles. But it happens. I'm not sure if that's being fixed or not anytime soon. I don't know, but it's not a huge deal. I did report a new tornado. Oh, okay, that's the Bend one. Okay, so that was an older report. But yeah, I'm just kind of looking through GR2 just as another kind of source. And yeah, the rotation on here is very broad and disorganized. This is not really a... doesn't indicate to me that there's a tornado down there. Could there be? Yeah, it's definitely possible, but I think the probabilities are low. But still, for those in Mount Air, Kellerton, Grand River, Yeah, okay. Beaconsfield and Elston. You should be in a safe place given the potential for a tornado in those areas. So definitely worthwhile to be in a safe place. New tornado warning in northern Missouri. Oh boy. What radar? Kansas City. Man, this is probably the absolute hellhole of the radar hole right here. Yeah, it's really hard to tell if there's any circulation with that, given we just have almost no radar coverage, at least a good angle. We're about 9,000 feet, so it's not the worst, but we just have a terrible angle from both radars. It seems like Omaha is going to be our best bet. Even though it's 2,000 feet higher, we do have a better angle on it. Rotation has strengthened a little bit on the Fairfax storm, but still remains very broad. Could be more gusty than anything else, possibly. Still a 21 storm there. But yeah, you can see where there is maybe some rotation. A little bit side-lobed, but there could be an area of some circulation there, northwest of Grant City, Missouri. I will keep an eye on that. Given the overall structure, it is kind of telling me that we may just be dealing with a straight line wind event. But given the lack of radar coverage in this area, you know, I'm leaning mostly towards damaging wind threat, but there could be some rotation. Sometimes these big gusts or outflow surges can produce little brief tornadoes on the leading edge of them, but generally on the bookend of them. But as of right now, it is pretty hard to tell given the lack of solid coverage there. Going further south along the line, still seeing a damaging wind threat with these storms. Maybe not as strong with areas within the destructive. Maybe still some gusts of 70 miles per hour. So we'll continue to monitor that. But those in the Topeka area should remain in their safe place. Looks like perhaps that bow that we were looking at earlier that was producing the 85 mile per hour wind gusts further west around Manhattan. Looks like that's going to slide north of Topeka. But then you have another segment coming in that looks like it may also be trying to form its own bowing segment. Later on, if I look at this, I mean, this is higher up and above ground, but still, you could have segments in here that could still produce some localized areas of 75 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts within this line. So it is best that if you're ahead of this line, that you should be in a safe place and away from windows. I keep clicking on the terminal radar in Wichita. I keep doing that. I keep seeing that gray circle, thinking that it's it's the actual Nextrad site, but. I mean, we don't have a lot going on. We can have that conversation again about Torres. I'm sure, if you've been following the weather, whether you were watching this or on Twitter, we had a tornado emergency in Nebraska a couple hours ago. And it just really raises the question of like, you know, there's always an argument that the NWS knows best. You know, and they know better than a lot of us. They've gone through school, they've gone through training. You know, they have the experience. Okay, they're in that position for a reason. But also consider the fact that they're also still very human. And humans can still make mistakes. You can have 50 years of experience and still make mistakes. It happens. But we have had back-to-back questionable toy emergencies. Yesterday we had the Torii for Hebron only produce an EF1. And sure, an EF1 can be deadly. You know, if it hits the wrong place, you know, it can still be deadly. But
tornado emergency.
Hmm?
But like the tornado emergency is supposed to be for catastrophic damage.
Yeah.
So like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's
It's supposed to be for tornadoes that are capable of EF3 plus damage, pretty much. It is supposed to really raise awareness around that, which is part of why I think a major reason why over the past few years the Torii criteria shifted from population and intensity to now just intensity. Population is no longer really a requirement. It may still be consideration for some offices, but it's no longer a requirement for Torii. If there's a 70 knot VROT, you know, anywhere, you know, that's sustainable in a good environment, that should get a Torii. Whether it's, you know, Kansas City or whether it's, you know, Wakefield, Kansas. You know, they are reserved for violent tornadoes, intense violent tornadoes for a reason. But
it really started with those Little Rock tornado emergencies in 2022, where there's just been very, very questionable tornado emergencies that have been issued.
Yeah, it's. I feel like, you know, I'm not sure what exactly results in these false Tories. Now in 2022, you had April 11th, which was at Little Rock Torii that produced it was an EF1.
Yeah, it was an EF1.
Yeah, it was an EF1. The mesocyclone, the circulation on that storm was very intense. I remember that night very, very clearly.
Yeah, me too. You're
but live. Yeah, we were actually live for that day. But it didn't produce, you know, violent tornado. Obviously, a very good thing. You know, there's no doubt about that. But then you had 4 days later, you had a string of tornado emergencies in Northeast Arkansas. Poor radar coverage. Now, what did that was the false reports. There were no actual visual reports of large tornadoes. There was only wind-driven hail from that storm. That storm did not produce a tornado. And of course, you've had others. You know, back in 2016, you had Raleigh issuing a false Torii for side lobe. Same thing happened today in Nebraska, a tornado emergency for side lobe. I worry that while I believe that these meteorologists are well educated and trained, I do sometimes find, it's just personal opinion of mine, I could be wrong, but I do feel like there is the lack of robust standardization with warnings, especially these higher end warnings. We have general guidance, like I showed a couple hours ago when we had a Torii ongoing. I shared the guidance for different levels of tornado warnings, but I feel like sometimes there isn't a set standard. There's no strict standards. Now, exceptions should be able to happen. There's some times where you got to make exceptions, but when it comes to PDS and Tories, it is legitimately hard to make a mistake. It's not easy to accidentally hit PD. I've seen WarnGen in AWEBs. It is not easy to hit PDS. It is not easy to Torii. You need higher approval to issue a Torii, by the way. At least I believe that's still the case in all offices. At least it should be. But you cannot just press Torii emergency by accident. You simply can't.
You have to know what you're doing to go into it because you have to type stuff in the text.
Yeah, it is. It's just not possible to do it. Just misclick. It's not possible. So there's definitely some logic that's behind these warnings. And if we really want to maintain the utmost trust from the public, and even enthusiasts like us, I think I strongly believe there needs to be more strict standardization when it comes to warnings. I really do. We can't keep defending this stuff or just forgiving this stuff forever. And I'm not saying, we go crazy, but we should start kind of, making the point that we need more standardization. I get there are regional differences. I get we have, there are, the Northeast offices aren't as experienced as the Plains offices when it comes to tornadoes. So I can understand sometimes a little more aggressive when it comes to radar indicated tornadoes, less experience or just different environments and regions. I get that. And that's easily forgivable. The FAR is still high, but it's just the whole point is that we need more strict guidance and boundaries for these higher end warnings. It needs to happen.
And the more they issue these, it just literally defeats the purpose of a tornado emergency.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be the highest end warning.
And it's supposed to be rare.
Yeah. Not supposed to have like multiple of them every single week.
Yeah. On average, there should only be a few Tories per year on an average year. Obviously, years like 2011 is an outlier. You had a super outbreak that year. I mean, you are going to have those. But Livid just gave me a list of the false Tories. Of course, we mentioned the April 2022 ones. June 23rd, 2023, that was a Scottsbluff Tory. Now, that did produce an EF2.
That was a false report.
But it was after the Tory. So that was a false Tory. May 24th, 2024. What was that?
New Boston.
New Boston, yeah, that EF1. That
was that one.
That was a very bad one. Now, Shreveport is sometimes a bit aggressive, but that was still a little unforgivable. May 20, 2025, that was Huntsville, EF1. Tories should not be issued for EF1s. Now, obviously, we don't know the intensity of a tornado until it's surveyed. But with radar technology and with all of these, storm chasers and all that, we have good enough technology and experience to at least estimate tornado intensity within its rating via radar and by just general observations. It's a weak tornado is very evident on radar. A strong tornado is very evident on radar. Unless you have a bad. I'm just trying to destroy one real quick. A little QLCS spin up here around Holton. But I'll finish this point. It's very hard to issue these higher end warnings by mistake. It's just not easy. And that could actually be a tornado. So let's go and move on from that. I've made my point. I hope things get better, and I hope things change for the better within the National Weather Service. It'll never be perfect, but it could definitely be better. There's no debate about that. That shouldn't be controversial at all. Anyways, we're watching a potential for QLCS tornado around Holton, Kansas. And in fact, I believe this is something I was talking about earlier. Yeah, this was the segment I was talking about earlier, just on the northern end of that of the outfall boundary that spins up a tornado. So very, very, very favorably oriented segment of the line. North of the outfall boundary, so that would make sense why this is definitely spinning up. So if you're north of Holton, up towards Whiting or Whiting, I believe it would be Whiting. Actually, there's no two T's, so it's Whiting. Be in a safe place until the storm passes. In addition to a tornado, you could have some wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour with this line. Okay. Looks like the wind type may be decreasing a little bit with those storms in Kansas, likely southern Kansas, as a little more unfavorably oriented with the wind shear. So a lot of them are now just base severes. And yeah, this is starting to become more of a straight line wind threat out here across extreme northern Missouri and southern Iowa. This is mostly just a wind threat out here. Could it be a tornado or two in this area? Definitely possible, but the main concern here is for damaging straight line winds up to probably 60 miles an hour, 60 maybe 65 miles an hour. We'll probably see some severe warnings be issued once these tornado warnings are let go. It would be really. I think one thing I do want to learn a bit more is how to try to detect QLCS tornadoes from long range. It's probably impossible for 90% of QLCS tornadoes, but
Yeah.
since they're very, very shallow, non-mesocyclonic circulations, but there's got to be at least some way you can kind of identify, some more tornadic elements of QLCS tornadoes. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much in terms of debris being lofted with this one. It may be producing a spin up. There might be something going on. In fact, Brandon Kopic is on it, if not in it. He might actually be in this possible tornado. In fact, yeah, there's a lot of dust being spun up on the ground, so he could actually be in this tornado if there is one. But he is fleeing. Still no TDS on it. Wait, what? No. No, that can't be right. There was a photogenic tornado near Sabetha, Kansas? So you're telling me that this storm produced a photogenic tornado? What in the world? I mean, I've seen freakier things happen.
Unless it was really earlier.
Yeah, unless it was like really earlier in the day, or that's just not a. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was watching. Because that would be. Let's see if I can go back even farther. I'm going way back. Wait, was it this storm? It may have been this storm that was in Dawson and Salem. This could have been it, which would make sense. I mean, goodness. I mean, it's really hard. I'm still.
Could have been that same tornado from.
Yeah, Salem and Dawson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's what it is, because it kind of looks like the same sort of stovepipe cone structure too. So, which further confirms that that lowered CC was a tornado. I'll tell you, I've got a bone to pick with structures like this. I mean, goodness gracious, these things piss me off. It's like you can tell there's something going on there, but at the same time, it's just like, gosh, it's really hard to identify. And you have the Tory over there in Nebraska earlier.
Be back in a second.
All right. But, yeah, all right, well, yeah, I guess it would check out to... Man, Brandon is still running for his life and ahead of this Holton line. I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet he probably was in that tornado. In fact, if there is one, it may still be ongoing. This could be a longer-lived QLCS tornado. No TDS, but also consider that it's over mostly just prairie land. There's not a whole lot of stuff to pick up out here unless it hits a structure. So there may be a tornado down with this. We're just not seeing it too well in CC given the lack of overall debris. Yeah, still no TDS, but that is a fairly classic signature for a QLCS tornado. So there's probably something going on with this, but Brandon's just being pelted by wind and rain right now. Freddie is up in Falls City. That's up in southeast Nebraska, up there in Richardson County. I don't really see too much going on with that storm. Yeah, just some generally broad rotation with that one. But that will be moving in northwest Missouri, which northwest Missouri, man, they makes sense why there's a flash flood warning up there. They have had storm after storm after storm after storm. I mean, it has just been busy up there. Um, Friday morning. One of my friends was messaging me and asking me what I got going on Friday morning. I'm like, what's going on? Well, he's asking for the future. So for some reason, I thought for like a split second, I was like, wait, today's Friday, and I was like, oh wait. Yeah, I said this earlier in the stream, but I will say that whenever I stream, my perception of time and reality outside of weather is completely shut off. Like I have no knowledge of anything else going on outside of the real world, outside of weather. It is crazy. But oh yeah, and Liv is also mentioning that Union City 2024 was also that false story. That was another false story. So not Union City 2026, Union City 2024. Because Union City 2026 actually produced a violent tornado. So yeah. But all right. Well, it is 7:31 p.m. Central Time. It is now Tuesday. Well, 12:30 a.m. UTC on Tuesday. And we're still in the midst of tracking severe storms and the potential for tornadoes. I will say I believe that Holton storm is probably still... it's definitely weakened a little bit. It's probably... Yeah, that's CC drop. Oh, excuse me. I thought I had my mic muted for there. I apologize for that. I thought I had my mic muted. I didn't. I always try to mute my mic before I burp or cough. I guess the button didn't engage that time, so I sincerely apologize. For those who don't know, I mean, I don't really talk about this publicly, because it's just not that important. But I with some sort of active acid in my stomach, more active than a normal person, I tend to kind of get a little more of an upset stomach a little more often and tend to burp a lot more often than a lot of people. I try to be good about it, especially when I'm live, but that's why I mute my mic and I don't really look like I'm coughing. It's that. So apologize if you heard that. I meant to mute my mic. All right, moving on from that. Gosh darn it. Is it visible from terminal? Oh, it is. Oh, look at that. I don't think I've used a terminal radar on Agua Serra yet. So this is a first. It doesn't look like it has 1 minute scans on here, unfortunately. Probably because it's a level 3 thing, but eh. Yeah. Definitely keep an eye on that. So what do we think as far as what we do next half hour? Do we end around 8 o'clock or do we keep pressing on?
I'd say we end around 8. Since things are starting to calm down.
Yeah. I mean, we are going to continue to see a damaging line of storms, embedded tornadoes, some hail throughout the next few hours, but given that the relatively, low attendance and general lack of, higher end severity, not that we only want to stream for the higher end stuff, we want to start streaming for these not lower end, but these not as significant ordeals. But, we also just don't want to be just, talking heads for, hours on end. But I will say, if I can fully fix the bugs that I've had now, I will say the bugs that I've had to deal with so far this stream, I've only had to deal with one particular major bug, and that is with the warning banner, just kind of endlessly looping through warnings. That is a lot less bugs than we used to deal with on streams, over the past few years. And I'm also a pretty big fan of, at least myself. I'm not sure about anybody else, but I'm also a pretty big fan of the stream layout. I honestly really enjoy what I've done here. I may add more stuff onto it in the future. I may add more data if there's enough demand for it. But I guess the real target today was Mexico, because Mexico had a pretty stout tornado earlier today. So I guess Chasers were in the wrong spot today. They should have gone to Mexico. But yeah, we'll just continue monitoring damaging wind threat. I have a feeling that if this is going to continue to kind of organize this line segment from what river is that? That's not the Missouri River. No, that's not the Missouri River. I gotta figure out what river that is. I gotta start learning geography again. If we're gonna stream, I need to know geography. That is the Kansas River. I should have known. I knew that. I was just making sure. I knew that. This line segment from the Kansas River all the way down here to around Florence, where it's a little more north-south oriented. This could become another area to watch for some more significant wind gusts over the next couple of hours, assuming it bows out. Now, there is an outflow boundary that is starting to eject out of it, so we'll see what happens. But, man, the velocity is coming in near the radar. Are these actually legitimate? I'll check Geo2 just to be sure. Okay, yeah, they're actually fairly intense. We could see some of these warnings up to 70, at least 70, maybe even 80 around Alma. So if you're around Alma, you need to be prepared for potential for 70 mile per hour, maybe even 80 mile per hour gusts here. And even down in the south, even though it is probably a little bit overdone around Wilsey, Parkerville, Dwight, Alta Vista, eventually over towards north of Dunlap. You need to be prepared for potential for some more significant wind gusts going through here. So just be mindful of that. But I do suspect that this line will continue for a while. And the Kansas City Metro, again, under the gun for the potential for wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour, maybe some large hail, and perhaps a few embedded tornadoes. So... okay. Any other conversations or hot takes or science?
What?
Anything controversial that we should?
I saw earlier that. Let me find the tweet. But do I have him blocked? Oh, done. Okay. But Vince Welty said that the Blue Rapids Fire Department was bragging on the radio about how they punched a chaser's mirror out.
I get how some chasers can be absolute hold on. I gotta be real careful. I gotta be really careful with the words I say. Goodness gracious. I know some changes can be a little bit of a problem sometimes. Just be polite and kind. I know some can be a problem, but I hope that the general public and people who aren't chasers start generalizing all of them. There are really good chasers out there. I mean, look, I watch Brandon Kopic, Reed Timmer, Stormrunner Media, Freddie McKinney, and there's still so many others that are amazing chasers who know what they're doing, who are very responsible, who are very respectful people, who are amazing, amazing people, in whose, I mean, Reed's generally a little bit, on the more kind of energetic side, but people should follow the example of people like Brandon Kopic and the good chasers. But the problem is that there are a lot of questionable decisions made by some of them, and I get that. But I just hope people don't, take some of those bad chasers, the bad chaser behaviors, and generalize the entire community, because it's not the entire community. It really isn't. A select few doesn't make up the whole. It just really doesn't. But at the same time, we as a community, that including the general public and those who aren't chasers, need to also be aware of those who are a problem, and being aware and saying the record straight that you can't be doing stupid stuff. You just can't. Mistakes happen, but you can't be doing stupid stuff. Don't park in the middle of the road, okay, for one. All right, if you're going to stop, pull off the road. It's just simple as that. And that's just tip of the iceberg with some of the things that I've seen over the past few months. A lot of storm chasing is common sense, believe it or not. A lot of it is common sense. So, anyways, approaching 7:45, approaching 7:45. We still have some segments that are producing. That time I muted my mic for that one. I'm glad I muted my mic for that. Still some damaging segments within the line here. That could produce some 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts.
There's a report of a barn destroyed just west of Holston, right where that circulation went over.
Holston?
Holton in Kansas. From the QLCS.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah, Holton. So that could have either been done by RFD or an actual tornado. It looked like, from Brandon Kovic's perspective, that may have been a tornado. A little hard to say, given he was just just fleeing that thing, but could be some possible tornado damage there. Without a CC drop, without a TDS on that, it's a little hard to say. I would not be surprised if that thing is still going. Maybe not a full-on tornado per se, but at least still a circulation to some degree. Weak one at that, but still, goodness. This thing has been pretty long-lived. Still not much going on in Iowa. Just kind of your run-of-the-mill spinny storms with strong wind gusts. But yeah, the main threat now has transitioned to damaging winds. That is the main hazard. I mean, it's been the main hazard for the past, what would you say, hour or so?
Yeah.
But we're now in full swing as far as the wind threat. Could there still be a few tornadoes in here? Definitely, especially embedded within the line. But as far as, us seeing those, EF2, EF3, EF4, I said it, EF4 tornadoes, I think that threat is much lower now. That window is pretty much closed for those higher end tornadoes, unless you get an embedded supercell that produces a SIG-TOR, but now most people are going to be dealing with a long line of storms. These are very fast moving, fortunately, so they don't give you all the lead time in the world, but they're in and they're out. They're not that long lived for a specific location, but I would definitely like to see this warning be upgraded. For Alma and west of Topeka, this one should probably be upgraded at least 70. Those velocities have really persisted
Yeah.
near the radar. So that would probably be a good idea to keep to up that warning. Even just one spot records 80. I mean, that's justified, but and that also brings up this. Okay, even in a long, potent line like this, and even in a high-end derecho, not everyone in a line of storms is going to see severe winds. Even if you're in that 70 or 80 mile per hour warning, not everyone's going to see those upper end winds. But because there is at least a potential for those type of winds to occur within a warned area, someone's going to see something. So, it may not be you, but it's likely someone else. So, that's something to consider. But we, of course, encourage people to be aware of and prepare for damaging winds whenever a severe warning is issued.
Some pretty decent flooding in Manhattan, Kansas.
Goodness. And it hasn't really rained, at least it doesn't really rain for a long period of time there today, I don't think. That's just, I believe, they've only had the MCS today, right? Unless I'm missing something.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
They didn't really get any storms before that.
Yeah, so it's just been the MCS, and his thing is dumping rain there. Tornado warning here for parts of the Des Moines area, parts of the Des Moines metro. In fact, these storms are now severe. I was saying earlier that these things may only knock your lawn chair but not fling into your neighbor's yard. Maybe someone's lawn chair could do that, but it should be relatively isolated as far as the severe wind potential here. As far as this tornado is concerned, not a whole lot going on here. Really not. There could be a spin up within here. I would say the best chance for that is going to be closer to the downtown Des Moines area. We're seeing a little bit of a kink in the line. Man, that is really hurting to talk. Goodness gracious. Whew. I may not have a voice by tomorrow. Fortunately, I don't think we plan to stream tomorrow unless we really want to. A new tornado warning over here in Kansas. Oh. Okay, the QLCS circulation developing there near Council Grove.
Oh, is that? Okay, that's something.
That's interesting.
Doesn't look that bad.
Yeah. The only two little communities in this are Bushong and Allen, Kansas. Wow, that is at the very least a very strong RFD surge. Goodness gracious! I mean, the velocities there 85 to 85 miles an hour in there. Good lord. So that might be something. So even if it's not a tornado on that, I mean, you're probably gonna get some pretty good RFD winds, and it's another thing I just remembered with oftentimes with these QLCS tornadoes is that you can get some pretty good RFD winds on these. They can sometimes create tornado-like damage, but of course the damage is more uniform rather than more erratic like a tornado would be. So there is still a way to differentiate between tornado and straight line damage. But that could be another spin up there. So those along near US 56, west of Bushong, north of Bushong, and northwest of Allen, Kansas. Very rural area, but still, if you're in this area, you need to be in a safe place, given the potential for a tornado in that with that storm.
Oh, that might be a tornado.
So I'm just responding to the message I got. The one near Council Grove?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a tornado. Honestly, the info is stronger. That could even be a significant tornado, too. I mean, goodness, the RFD on that is very
Yeah.
intense. No doubt about that. I mean, goodness, of course, we have to know the potential of where could be some contamination, but some areas here could be seeing winds up to 70, 80, 90 miles an hour just from the RFD alone. I mean, the inflow is not going to be as strong, but goodness me, I mean, you've got quite the RFD surge here, and if that thing continues to ramp up, that could be a strong QLCS tornado there.
Somebody reported on a spotter network a QLCS spin up.
On this storm?
They're located just south of the circulation.
Okay.
Which I wouldn't be shocked.
You know, I'm about to get completely missed by a storm. There's a storm that's riding to the north, and it's just gonna barely go to my west. At least I got a little rain shower over here, though, so temperatures have really dropped quickly, but that's something is something, I guess.
Dang, that new scan. With activity.
Wow. I mean, given it's such a rural area, I'm not surprised there's no TDS, but that has got to be a tornado at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Cover just entered the tornado watch. Yeah, that's probably a tornado. Yeah, not the strongest circulation of all time, but that's easily a tornado. So, yeah. If you're north of Bushong, Kansas, I mean, I have no idea who's in this area. I can look real quick. Allen. Yeah, it is incredibly rural area. I mean, there may be a couple homes out here. Yeah, I do see a couple homes around here. So there is population that is at risk here for this tornado, but it's such a rural area still. But again, regardless, being a safe place. If you know anyone in this, and I need to start pushing that more. That if you know anybody, call them, text them, send them a link to the stream, whatever you can do to get their attention, and get them to pay attention. We do have a new severe warning. That is a huge warning. For 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I just heard thunder for the first time in like a year. I'm not even going to bother. I've seen the storm before. But I'm kind of surprised this warning is only for 60. I mean, I guess I would definitely argue that those storms
should be 70.
Probably should be 70.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with that northern segment there over the radar site.
Yeah.
I really feel that should be 70. But it's what it is. I mean, it's severe warning. I think you need to be taking it seriously regardless. Let's see. Still radar indicated rotation not confirmed, but I mean the chances of this having an actual tornado are still fairly high. I mean, I don't think there's really that much debate.
The peak is about to get blasted.
Yeah. Still no real TDS on it. You see that couple pixel CC drop that, with how many other areas have, that type of drop for the couple pixels, that does not indicate a TDS to me, but Those in Topeka, you definitely need to be in a safe place, indoors and away from windows, until these storms pass. Actually, those storms may be starting to turn right a little bit. So maybe I could get something. I'm hoping my power stays on. That would be really unfortunate if it goes out. I mean, they're not severe. They're just general thunderstorms, but still, it's, Um,
80-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Council Grove.
Council Grove is...
This is west of the tornado warning.
So then, yeah, probably should be warned for 80 then. Man.
That might have been a top 10. If that's a TDS, that might be the faintest TDS ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's really noisy. I mean, it's just so noisy that I can't even really.
It wouldn't shock me if it
No.
was or if it wasn't.
I mean, it probably is a tornado regardless. I mean, you've definitely got circulation there. It's starting to weaken a little bit, but that doesn't mean anything. They did extend a tornado warning further east for Wilmington and Harveyville. Okay, so some more populated areas, at risk. Bradford as well. So if you're near any of those areas, you need to be in a safe place given the potential for a tornado. It is now going on 8 o'clock. We're supposed to get off, around this time, but I think we're going to stay on for a few minutes, let this tornado sort of die off, and then we'll go to coverage on Twitter. I know we had the MCS approaching Topeka, but if you can hear it already, my voice is, you can start. Huh. Y'all probably, I don't know if Mason heard that, but I know the stream definitely heard that.
I didn't hear it.
That was thunder. My voice is starting to become really. It's becoming difficult to talk, and I kind of need my voice for the rest of my life. So if I can keep it, I would love to.
Looks to be at least strong winds, maybe a circulation or two developing in the Des Moines Metro right now, the eastern portion of the Des Moines Metro.
Yeah, that might be worthy of a. I mean, they're going to be so brief, but.
Near Altoona, there's one.
I mean, that wind threat's definitely increasing. I'll probably tweet about if someone, if Livid wants to, or someone else could tweet about that. Just the increasing severe wind threat with the potential of a couple brief tornadoes, maybe even a few brief tornadoes if that works too. But the two main areas I'm most interested in right now are with the MCS approaching the Topeka area, along with areas to the south, and the area around the Des Moines, the storms around the Des Moines area. Those are the two areas I'm interested in most. But yeah, the newest scan, I think that circulation is starting to tuck back into the storms, so we're probably about done with this tornado as far as it for the time being. But I would still encourage people ahead of this circulation, that tornado warning, to be in a safe place until this storm passes. In addition to a tornado, you could see some wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour.
Broadcast media reports damage to home barn and trees west of Holton. That's the tornado report.
So I guess there was a tornado with that, yeah. We'll check out. Man. That took forever for that alert to be pulled up on stream, for that at least alert sound to work. Goodness gracious. All right. Well, it is now 8 o'clock. We still have damaging winds and the potential for a few embedded tornadoes this evening, and that threat will continue into tonight. But I am losing my voice. It really hurts to talk. I think as I stream more and get more used to it and train my voice a little more, I can probably do longer streams. I mean, I used to do 12-hour streams back in 2022. Those were the good days, in some ways. But it's probably I'm just old. I may just be old. Who knows? But I think we are going to call it a stream for the time being, at least for the time being. I doubt we're going to come back, or at least even have to come back, because the main thing is just going to be damaging winds. But of course, we'll continue coverage on Twitter with tweets and all that. We'll give updates fairly frequently. But as far as our live coverage here on YouTube, that will end. So, in fact, they did put a 70-mile-per-hour warning on those storms south of Topeka, so they did the right thing there. Better late than never.
I guess.
And that thing's still trying to go strong. In fact, it may still be on the ground. Yeah, I guess one last note. Harveyville, Bradford, Wilmington remain in that safe place until this thing passes. But that will do it for today. And if anything urgent comes, I'll still leave the stream on standby, come back live in case we absolutely need to, but we're kind of going to go off for now. So thank you all for tuning in. Stream probabilities tomorrow fairly low, unless we're really bored and we want to talk. Yeah, we'll see. But stream probabilities are low. Tomorrow's a slight risk and all that. But if you're in the risk area today, if you're heavy storms, remain aware. Be prepared for the potential of damaging winds and maybe a tornado. But that'll be it. So stay safe, stay weather aware. Is there anything else you want to say?
Not really.
Okay. Well, that will do it. All right. Thanks for watching, and until next time, we'll see y'all later.
Bye, guys.